Hello, everyone. I'm the person who made the page. Okay, so we have a Michael Jordan fan who wants to go on. He's from YouTube. He goes by the YouTube username of LA No Mercy. And there was a video I posted where basically Jerry West explained that Michael Jordan's teams were better than LeBron James's teams. And someone in the comment section who's a Michael Jordan fan wrote, quote, Jordan made his teammates superstars. I don't believe MJ had more talent than the LeBron teams, unquote. So then I wrote to that person, quote, so how do you explain that Jerry West does then, unquote. The guy didn't write back so far, no surprise. But LA No Mercy wrote, quote, because Jerry West is a loser. He had Wilt Chamberlain and Elgin Baylor for 3 years and couldn't win a thing. Anyone with 5 or more losses in the finals shouldn't be talking about how championships are won, unquote. That's what he wrote. So then I wrote to him, quote, so would you like to go on my YouTube program and bring all this up then, unquote. And he wrote, quote, sure, unquote. So we set things up and he's here. So let me put him on. Hey, welcome to the program.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, thanks for asking. It's going good. And how you doing, if you don't mind me asking then?
I'm doing good.
That's nice. Okay, so let's start with the first thing. Jerry West is a Hall of Famer. He's considered one of the biggest experts in the history of the NBA. Some consider him the biggest expert in the history of the NBA. And I could give you more examples, but you get the point. How do you dismiss what Jerry West says and then act like you know more than him?
All right, so basically, to address your point, yes, he's a Hall of Famer, and yes, he's considered an expert, but when we look at his playing days and his career, as far as winning, he didn't do much of it.
Is he an expert?
Won one championship.
Is he an expert or not?
You said he's considered to be, and
you
just
agree.
because you're considered to be, yeah, he's considered, but being considered an expert doesn't make you an expert.
So I'm asking you, do you consider him an expert?
No.
Okay, so I just want to confirm this. He played in the NBA. He's an all-star. He played for years. Hall of Famer, general manager, years of experience. Some consider him one of the best general managers of all time. Some consider him the best general manager of all time. The league basically calls him for advice, and some people consider him one of the biggest experts of all time. Some consider him the biggest expert of all time. And of course, he seems like a smart guy, and he's got lots of common sense. How do you ignore all that and go, he's not an expert?
Because I look at what he was able to achieve in his career, and he only won one championship.
Okay.
And he's tried plenty of times and always seemed to fail.
Okay. So, many problems here. If we ignore all that and we say he's not an expert, then this means you are picking and choosing what you want to go by to label him as an expert.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you're going to do that, that's not only, uneducated, it's also unfair and disrespectful and strange. It also becomes worse if you act like you're a bigger expert than him. And it also doesn't make sense because even if I accept your way, hey, just pick and choose what you want to go by to consider him an expert, he still did a lot of other things that are very good that you should go, okay, he's an expert.
Okay. So basically, if someone were to come to you and say, oh, this guy is an expert in his field, he's an expert, he knows all the ins and outs, you would want to look at his resume, you would want to look and see, if this dude is an expert on teams and winning, let's look at his resume and let's determine that. And then when you see that he hasn't won much, then you're not going to be like, he's an expert. You're going to look at his resume and you say, oh, well, they say he's an expert, but the resume doesn't, portray that.
So all these people are under some mass delusion that he's an expert and you're one of the few people who got it all figured out?
Not necessarily. I think what it is there's, the NBA is a league, right? It's a league, it's a business, okay? And you're going to include people, who have done something for the league, done something for the business, and you're going to keep including them in the game and keep them involved. It's like paying respects, paying tributes. But when we look at Jerry West, this is a guy who won a Finals MVP on the losing team, the only Finals MVP in NBA history to do so. He was the first ever Finals MVP. He gets this award for losing. He's even said personally that he was, didn't understand it. He didn't like it. He didn't think it was an honor.
If you're going to go by what people say, I could find you a million examples of people, including NBA Hall of Famers, who say things that you won't agree with, including the players that you think are experts. So what you're doing is you're not only picking and choosing what to go by, but you're also acting like all these people are having a mass delusion, except for a few people like you, and then you're acting like you're more of an expert than him. And then you put it all together and you dismiss his takes.
Yeah, dismiss his takes because the resume doesn't back it. You think about it.
Are you going by the whole resume?
When it comes to winning, how can I trust a guy who's not winning to tell me what it takes to win?
Okay, so would you like examples? I don't think I have to give them. I think you're going to probably know. Do you need examples of players who you think are great players, legends, all-stars, and so on, and they weren't winning?
No, I don't need any examples, but sure, provide one.
Okay, sure. There was a guy who, for years and years and years, was considered a legend, an all-star, a Hall of Famer, and so on. And for years and years and years, he didn't win. You might have heard of him. His name is Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
So by your logic, all those years he didn't win, he's not an expert, and we can't go by him. And all the people who trust him as an expert are suffering from a mass delusion, and people like you are the only few people who know he's an expert, who's not an expert, and people like you are more of an expert than Michael Jordan.
I mean, essentially, that is the case if you think about it. Like, he wasn't winning. He basically had to learn how to win in that league. Once he did, he didn't stop winning.
That's not true.
You know what I'm saying?
That's not true. There's no such thing as learning how to win. But let's say I'm wrong. Let's say there's a learning thing of how to win. By your logic, because you said right now, once he learned it, he never stopped winning. That's not true. He actually lost more than once he started winning.
I mean, like from a championship standpoint, when he was at the top of his game, and he knew how to win, he always won.
Well, no, that's not true. Again, he lost. No, he lost. And by the way, how do you know?
Why do you say that?
How do you know? Well, because he lost. He actually lost. He didn't win every year. And even the years before he won, you're telling me all those other years before that, before he started winning, he didn't figure out how to win? He didn't know how to win? He wasn't ready then?
I mean, you got to think about it. First of all, if we look back at his career, we look at his team records and what he was able to achieve. We see in the beginning of the career, he's mainly doing a lot of things on his own.
That's not true.
He's the main guy to be. It's not true?
No, it's not true. But go ahead. Even if it is
okay.
true, I'll give you the
benefit. His rookie year.
Yeah.
Rookie year.
I'll give you the benefit.
He led his team in.
Go ahead.
In 4 different categories.
Okay, so lots of players.
He led his team in points, rebounds, assists, and steals.
And Michael Jordan led his team in lots of categories when he won. What's the difference?
No, he didn't. If we're talking about maybe like points, assists, blocks, or something like that, steals, but not 4 different categories.
Well, no, you just listed 4.
You know what I'm saying?
No, you just listed 4.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if we're going to differentiate between those numbers, not all of them at once.
No,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think you should differentiate. I think the bottom line is the bottom line. But if we're going to go by your logic, then it's a matter of being consistent. If you say, I'm not putting words in your mouth, I'm just summarizing. If you're saying this doesn't count because he led in so many categories, and then you're going to have to ignore that lots of players lead in categories whether they win or lose, including Michael Jordan. He led in different categories when he won and lost.
Basically, I'm saying, like, when he first came out, his responsibility. He was a man of many hats, right? He led his team in assists. He led his team in points. He led his team in rebounds, in rebounds as a shooting guard. A rookie.
Well,
and he led his team in steals.
That's a slick way to do it. You go, he led his team in rebounds as a shooting guard. You could do this for any player in the history of the NBA. You could say this guy led his team, but with this position. You could do this for lots of stars.
I mean, wouldn't you say leading your team in rebounds is usually something the center would do? Maybe a power forward.
Well, then by this logic, I can go, wouldn't you say leading your team in steals is something a shooting guard would do? Or a point guard would do?
More likely a point guard.
Or a shooting guard. There was a guy by the name of Michael Jordan who got lots of steals for his team, was a leader sometimes for his team, and for the whole league then.
Yeah, but Michael Jordan is an anomaly. If you look at the all-time leaders in steals, he's fourth all-time, but everyone else pretty much on the top 10 is a point guard.
Well, that's not an anomaly. No, that's not an anomaly because they didn't keep record of steals for the whole league, and rules changed also. That's not an anomaly. But if you want to talk about anomalies, I could find you tons of stars who were what you call an anomaly in different ways, including steals, actually. So not just different ways. It could be steals, rebounds, field goal percentage, or whatever.
Okay.
You want to get to the rest of what you wrote?
Or
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, because, all right, you look at, basically the whole point is, you think Jerry West is an expert on the subject.
Actually, I think two things. I do think he's an expert, but even if you want to deny facts about why he's an expert, I want consistency. So my thing with a lot of you Michael Jordan fans, it's not just that you guys deny facts. You guys are also inconsistent. Well, there's other problems too. You guys exaggerate and so on. But in this case, as a general rule, I'm explaining to you, it's not just go by the facts. Like here, Jerry West did all these things. Why are you denying those facts? It's not just that. It's also any criteria that you come up with. You're not being consistent with your own criteria. Meaning
okay.
The criteria.
Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah. Remember I gave you some, like so far the examples you gave about so far what we've gone over, I've shown a lot of inconsistencies.
I don't see the inconsistencies.
All right. We have to go back then. Like, for example, when you talked about, hey, Jerry West, I look at Jerry West's resume. Well, if you're going to go by his resume, you have to consistently go over the entire resume, not the parts you want to go over. Or another example, when you say he didn't win. Well, that's not true. He did win. And then lots of other stars don't win. And Michael Jordan didn't always win. There's a lack of consistency here. It's a game that you guys play where it's selectively picking and choosing and going by what you want.
Not exactly. If you look at Jerry West, he wins one championship in 9 tries.
How did that happen if he's a loser?
Right. I'm saying for the most part he was a loser. It took him how long to finally win? How many failures after failure after failure to finally win?
Well, how long did it take?
And he had
Michael Jordan
help.
lost for years and years, and Michael Jordan had help.
He lost 6 years.
He lost more.
6.
He lost more than that.
Before he started winning, 6 years.
No, even if we do that, it's still 6 years. Like, how come you're not able to understand why a player wins and loses? You guys make this mistake where you put it on a guy for winning and losing, and then you move the goalpost. Like, I'll give you an example. When Michael Jordan wins, he won 6 rings. He's 6 for 6. He's 6-0. He never had a game 7. He had no All-Stars, no Hall of Famers, no help. He had no good teams. Okay, fine. Then when he loses, well, it's not his fault. It's his teams that sucked. Then when another star wins, well, they won because they played in the weak era. They're just bigger than everyone. They had super teams. They were just pushing their way through. Then when another star loses, no, it's not the team that lost. It's the star that lost. You guys play that game all the time, and you don't even realize it. And you guys don't realize no one else does it.
Well, I mean, I'm a different person. You're trying to put me in the box with all the you guys.
So far,
that's not me.
Every single thing you've said so far, I can assure you, is the type of thing that only a Michael Jordan fan would say. A Wayne Gretzky fan wouldn't say this. A Willie Mays fan wouldn't say this. A Muhammad Ali fan wouldn't say this, and so on. It's only Michael Jordan fans. I've never heard anyone else do these type of things except Michael Jordan fans. Even the guys that you think are not Michael Jordan fans, I'm sure you're thinking about LeBron James fans, even they're part of the journey. They're all Michael Jordan fans.
Okay, so if we apply the same thing to Bill Russell,
all right,
it's going to be the same consistency.
How do you feel?
He won.
So he's better than,
kept winning.
He's better than Michael Jordan?
He's better from a team standpoint.
See? You see how you move the goalpost? No consistency.
What? He's not better than Michael Jordan. You got to think about it.
Well, according to you,
I feel like
expert.
From a team standpoint, he's had team success. He's had more team success than anyone else. Okay?
How do you know?
But from an individual standpoint,
how do you know?
From the championships. So he's got 11.
So whoever wins a championship has the best team success, period. There's nothing else that falls into place.
You have to win. You have to be a champion. That's the point.
No, you don't have.
The point is, when you're a champion, you're established as the best team.
According to who?
According to everyone. Okay, according to the NBA.
So what if your team is injured and the other team's not injured? Did the best team win and the best team lose?
Yeah.
No, they're injured. They're clearly not the same team.
Yeah.
They're injured.
So, they're not the same. So now the better team won.
No, because
the other team was injured.
Yeah, but they're not the best. It doesn't mean if you win a ring, you're automatically the best.
They're the best at that moment.
Exactly.
They're the best at that moment.
There you go. So that doesn't mean that you're the best or you're the better team or you're an expert or you're a winner or a loser or you're not dependable or anything. It just means for whatever reason, that team beat another team. But you guys use rings as a guy individual thing. Like you call Jerry West a loser. You say he's not a winner. How is it his fault that he lost? How is it on him that he won?
Okay, ask him that because he always blames himself for all the losses.
No, and a lot of people in those times. Actually, no, that's not true. Actually, it's not true. He doesn't know. No,
he has said that.
I've seen the interviews. I have the videos on my page. He doesn't always say that. He also says that you shouldn't go by rings to rank players, and it's a team game. And when he does those things, guess what happens in the comment section? A bunch of Michael Jordan fans come in there and go, "Well, of course he's going to say that. He never won, or he didn't win that much." And by the way, your guy Michael Jordan has basically said the same thing. He didn't win by himself. It's a team that wins and loses then.
Yeah, it's true. But when you look at individual impact, who is relied on and has more responsibility for the wins,
So you're saying how many star teams that won a ring can you name where the main guy wasn't the main guy?
What do you mean? Like when Larry Bird won in? No, Larry Bird. He won in 1981, right?
Look, I'm just saying
he didn't win the Finals MVP.
Well, then how's that his fault?
He performed poorly. Cedric Maxwell scored more than him.
He performed poorly, and then he won a ring.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's possible. You can perform poorly and win a ring, but you're going against your own argument. You're acknowledging that it's not up to a guy, so you shouldn't put it on a guy.
Yeah, you shouldn't put it on a guy. But if we're looking at the main guy, it's always going to be looked at as the one who's the best player. How did they contribute to winning?
Right.
And that doesn't necessarily mean. When I say Larry Bird performed poorly, I mean from a scoring standpoint.
Even if that's true,
but that doesn't mean he didn't do other things.
Yeah, exactly. So, but that's going but that's not.
Bill Russell didn't score everything.
But that's not going to help your case. If you're then saying, "Hey, you don't have to score to win. You can do other things to help your team win."
Yeah.
So then, if you can do other things to help your team win, how do you know who's a winner, who's a loser, who should be elevated, who should be blamed? How do you know all this? You're taking a team thing and then saying it's a team game, because I know you're going to say that and you kind of implied that. I think you might have said it then. And then you put it on a guy for winning and losing. No matter how good you are not winning or losing by yourself.
That's true. But like you said, like we already established, you can do other things to help your team win.
Right.
And when you're in that position that many times and you still can't figure out to do other things to help your team win,
when you say,
we have to look at the person.
When you say, no, you don't. You guys do that. But when you say you have to do things and you can't figure it out, you're acting like the door is locked and they can't figure out how to jimmy open the lock or something. No matter how,
Yeah.
but then you say, yeah, you agree that no matter how you play, it's not on a guy for winning and losing. You can't have it both ways. Either you agree a guy doesn't win or lose by himself, or you don't agree. If you agree, why are you saying, hey, Jerry West was there so many times, we have to look at him for not winning? If you say it's not up to a guy, then why are you putting on a guy for winning and losing? If you say it's not up to a guy for winning
Well,
and losing.
then when you look at the total amount of times he's been to the finals, you see what I'm saying? We can say that if it's like 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, but once it gets to 9 times and you only win once, then we have to say what is the common denominator.
And that's pretty common sense.
That's when we have to look at that.
If you want to do that, well, first of all, there is no common denominator. It's not the same team every year, in the same league every year, against the same opponent every year, and so on. There's no common denominator. But let's say I'm wrong. Remember, I want to find out, not just if you're going by facts, I want to find out if you're being consistent. Let's say there's a common denominator, all right? If he's doing everything he can do and his team is not winning, why do you blame him?
You have to, when you're looking at the total amount of times this happened, you know what I'm saying? It's one thing where it's like, we can figure out variables, right? We can figure out the different constants and the variables. So it's like he has a certain teammate and he can't win, and certain teammates can't win. Then you insert new teammates, which should, in theory, help him win now.
No, that's what you say.
And he's still not winning.
No, you're treating it like a video game. You're saying, okay, if I play the same boss over and over, or the same, and we'll talk basketball, same opponent over and over, and now I simulate it with different players and different stuff, something should happen. That's not how it works. The opponents are different. Players get older. You have different rules and a bunch of other differences. It is not a video game. But let's say I'm wrong. Let's say we do it your way. We figure out, okay, let's put different things and make different things happen. By your logic, if we follow your logic, it was bad for him to go to the finals. He should have never even gone there because, 1, how did he get there if he's so bad at winning? And 2, he should actually not want to get there because if he goes there, he might lose and then he's going to get labeled as someone who's not a winner and who's a loser. So it would have been better for him if he didn't go to the finals.
I mean, if you want to say that, but I've never said that. But it's like that's part of why he's respected. That's part of why he gets
when you say
the Hall of Fame and all of that. But this dude was a great player. Nobody's saying he's not a great player.
Yeah, you are. No,
he just didn't know how to win.
No, you're calling when you say he's not an expert and you call him a loser and you make it seem like people are wrong about him, all that. You are basically saying he's not a good player.
I'm not. You can be a great player and still be a loser. Charles Barkley.
Then how are you a great? According to your logic, how are you a great player if you're a loser?
Because you play well. If you play well and you're performing, and you're helping your team be competitive and be a contender, that's a good thing. But you just don't have that extra to get over the hump.
But like what? What do you need to do? If Michael Jordan scores 30 points a game and loses, and Michael Jordan scores 30 points a game and wins, what's the difference? It's the same Michael Jordan.
Yeah, but so if you look at there's more to it than just performance, right? If you have to go deeper into the mentality of the player.
And Jerry West. Oh, this ought to be good. What is it? Go ahead.
Jerry West was a guy who. He was fearful. He was fearful of losing.
Is that good or bad?
That's bad. You shouldn't be fearful.
Bro,
and so if he's afraid to lose.
Wait. Do you say the same thing about Michael Jordan?
That he was fearful?
Yeah, of losing.
No.
Okay, so explain to me the difference. Jerry West has a need to win. He gets nervous because he really wants to do well. He gets disappointed when he doesn't win and so on. Michael Jordan is the same way. Why does Jerry West get labeled as bad for having a fear of losing and Michael Jordan doesn't? Why does Jerry West get labeled that way and not Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan doesn't have a fear of losing.
How do you know Jerry West does?
Because literally, when he loses, he said it's such a gut-wrenching, heart-sinking feeling. This dude has had mental issues, mental health issues. He's even had suicidal thoughts.
First of all, there's many problems here. Many problems. First of all, you could find stories of Michael Jordan and a bunch of other stars who don't like losing, who hate losing, who try not to lose and all that. Why do they not get labeled in these ways, but Jerry West does? Secondly, you're putting Jerry West in a lose-lose situation. If he cares about losing so much, you can go, look, he's fearful. He's got mental health issues. Like, you can make it seem like he's not normal and so on. But on the other hand, if he goes, I don't care about losing, then you can go, look, he doesn't have that need to win. He's not like having that desire to win. He's not putting all the effort to win. All that. You guys always set things up where all the stars can lose except Michael Jordan.
No, because if you look at it, there's two sides of the spectrum, right? Basically, if you're like fearful of losing, you can have a need and a desire and a hunger to win. You can want that, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But then if you are also in turn fearful of losing at the same time, that's where problems can start. But if you're hunger for win, but you're not afraid to lose, that's much better mentality to have.
Okay, first of all, you're assuming all this about Jerry West. Secondly, even if you're right, even if everything you said about Jerry West was true, you're assuming the conclusions you're coming up with. And the third problem is, even if you're right about your conclusions, you're not applying this to Michael Jordan and a lot of other stars. You're just going by whatever you believe. And by the way,
if
Jerry West was that,
you can apply it to Michael Jordan,
but you don't do that. And if you were right about Jerry West,
why? I'm trying to see why does it not apply to Michael Jordan?
No. I'm saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. You don't say the things you say about Jerry West about Michael Jordan.
Yeah, Michael Jordan wasn't fearful of losing. That's true.
That's what I'm saying. So you come up with these conclusions about Jerry West, and then you don't do the same thing for Michael Jordan and others. They had the same mentality. They're both well known.
No, they didn't. One was fearful. One was fearful. One was afraid. One wasn't.
No, that's you saying that.
That's Jerry West literally coming out saying it about himself.
No, I'm talking. First of all, I don't even think he said it the way you said it. If he did, he doesn't go around saying it a lot, and he doesn't conclude what you conclude.
Yeah, he doesn't.
But even if you were right, let's say Jerry West said it every day. Hey guys, I have a fear of losing. I hate losing. Losing sucks. It's terrible to lose. It doesn't mean you should conclude all the things you concluded and then not do the same thing for Michael Jordan and other stars.
Michael Jordan isn't the dude who's like, I'm fearful of losing. He's not like, oh, I'm so afraid to lose. He's not afraid of it.
It's well known. Michael Jordan hates losing. I'm actually surprised at you because most Michael Jordan fans usually say this guy had a psychotic need to win. He just did whatever it took to win. He was the guy who just had to win at everything. Now you're telling me he didn't care about losing.
He wasn't afraid of losing.
Okay, so we're just playing semantics.
That's the difference.
It's just semantics.
No, it's not semantics. You know what fear is?
Yes.
And what's caring? What's fear? No, there's a difference between the two.
No, but you said Jerry West maybe had a mental disorder. Michael Jordan fans say he had a psychotic need to win. Michael Jordan. What's the difference?
Okay.
They're both psychological stuff.
One can be attributed to success and winning, and the other can contribute to failure and losing.
But how do you know?
That's the difference.
How do you know, doctor?
Because you witness it. You witness it, many examples of it in life with other players, not even just in basketball.
But witnessing it is what? Watching a game on TV?
There's books. There's autobiographies. There's firsthand accounts of them telling you what their mind state was.
All the conclusions you came up with Jerry West, and you didn't come up with Michael Jordan and other stars, there is no book out there that says all these things. You're the only guy I've ever heard say all this.
I mean, have you read any books did you read Michael Jordan's book?
Oh, did it say all this? Forget about if I read. Did it say all this?
I mean, it's going to talk about his mentality. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
same with Kobe's book. It's going to go into mentality.
Right, but
that's where it always goes.
But you're concluding it the way you think it should be concluded, and you're not applying that logic to all the other stars. You're going, here's what's happening. and then here's my conclusion, and then I'm going to pick and choose when to apply this conclusion to other stars. And by the way, if Jerry West was the way you said he was, how did he get to the finals so many times? How did he put up so many great numbers? How did he win an NBA ring, and so on?
Yeah, I mean, you look at his performance, this was a sport he loved. He said that himself. I love this sport. So, of course, he's going to want to do well in the sport he loves, right? But when it comes to championship status, he is fearful of not grasping that trophy.
No, but that doesn't mean if you're right and he's fearful, I don't even know if that's true, but if it is true, that doesn't mean A, it's a bad thing, and B, that's one of the reasons he lost. This is you saying these things. These are your beliefs.
Yeah, but do these things make sense?
No, they don't, for many reasons.
And why not?
I mean, I've explained these reasons so many times. I mean,
No, because, all right, let's say, all right, with you, right? If you were to, compete in something, whatever it is, and you're afraid you're going to lose, just so afraid of it, isn't that going to affect you mentally, or is that just going to make you better?
Well, it depends on a person. In this case, I don't know what it did to him, but I know this. He was not afraid to go on the floor to play when it was the finals. He was not afraid to get the ball, when the team needed it. He was not afraid to take clutch shots. He's known as Mr. Clutch, and he's actually done very well in clutch situations. I can't just ignore all that because you came to the conclusion based on something he supposedly said that he's got a mental problem and that you don't need to apply these.
I mean, it's not supposedly. It's not something he supposedly said.
But I learned a long time ago. I hope you don't take offense. A lot of times when a Michael Jordan fan tells me something that happened and I don't know what happened, I learned never to accept it because I'll go verify it, and a lot of times they're wrong. But remember, I told you, let's say you're right.
Verify me.
Let's say you're right. Let's say you're right. Let's say he said it. Remember I told you earlier? Let's say he said it every day. It still doesn't mean that everything you said is true. And it still doesn't explain why you should not apply this type of conclusion to Michael Jordan and other stars, because you don't.
Yes, I do. If you're afraid, more likely, you're going to fail because you're afraid. Well,
no, but that's not for everyone. Some people actually get better when their fear is there. They face their fears.
Yeah, but if you have this fear and then it keeps happening, the fear keeps coming true. You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't. No,
all that does is increase your fear.
Because how do you explain that Mr. Fearful, Mr. Mental Disorder, Mr. Loser, and so on did so well so many times? He was a clutch player. He's known as Mr. Clutch. There are people alive today who will tell you he's the best clutch player of all time. There are people today who will tell you he's the best player of all time. There are people today who will tell you he was an all-around player. And I could give you more examples, but you get the point. You can't ignore that because he made a statement that you found questionable and because he was on teams that didn't always win a ring. And by the way, at the end of the day, you know why teams win and lose, right? Like you guys never seem to acknowledge it. Oh, you do acknowledge it sometimes, but you guys are not consistent about it. It is not a guy who wins and loses. It is a team that wins and loses. No matter how good you are, and you agreed with me earlier, no matter how good you are not winning and losing by yourself. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. But we're talking about contender status. If you're in the finals, that's different. It's not like
so how did he get to
you're just some, because they're a good team.
Okay, but you're good enough to get to the finals. You don't have a mental disorder.
Yeah.
You're not that fearful and all. Then all of a sudden it goes down the drain except for 1 year.
Yeah. That's what happened. That's his career.
That makes no sense. And how did he win the, not that I care about these awards, but if he's that questionable, that bad, how did he win the finals MVP award on a year that his team lost?
Because he performed so well that they just gave him the award.
Okay, so then if he's performing so well and his team still loses, can't you put that together and figure it out? It's not up to a guy when it comes to winning and losing.
I mean, we can say, his performance, he played well. But just because you play well and put up all these numbers doesn't mean your team's going to win.
Well, no, of course not. And just because you don't put up good numbers doesn't mean you're going to win. And just because you put up mediocre numbers doesn't mean you're going to win.
True.
It doesn't matter how you play.
True.
It's not up to a guy. There should not be a but you're going to give me a but.
No, I'm just saying, if you have a guy who's consistently in this position,
How did
right?
how did he get there? How did he get in that position?
He's playing well with his team.
Okay,
They're playing.
So
They're playing well. They're winning. They're winning games.
What if he played well and his team wasn't good enough? Then
they're not going to make the finals.
okay, so then could it be that if he played well and his team wasn't good enough, they may not win the NBA Finals?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, you're gonna give
That's
me
a possibility.
Okay, so then it's actually not just a possibility. That's what happened. His team wasn't good enough, according to you. You said
Every single time.
You said earlier.
But you're saying every single
Hold
time.
on. You said earlier.
It was just his team wasn't good enough.
I'll get to that. You're the guy that said earlier, when a team beats another team, at that time they are the best team. That's what you said. Now you're saying every single time? Well, which one is it then?
I'm just going to tell you what Jerry West said.
So you're going to go back to circle.
He said,
All right.
he said that there were 2 times where they lost to the Celtics, where he knows they weren't the better, like the Celtics were not better than them, but they still won.
You think Michael Jordan?
And those are the losses.
You think Michael Jordan and every other star never felt like, hey, even though our team lost, I don't feel like we got beat by the better team? That's not a Jerry West thing. That's a common thing. And if you want to go by what Jerry West said, then I hope you're going to be consistent, because you wrote some things on this video where you don't agree with what Jerry West said. So again, you're picking and choosing what to go by, and you're not being consistent.
I'm not picking and choosing. My philosophy is the same. You know?
Are you going by what Jerry West said?
You can twist it.
It's no twisting.
Yeah, I'm going off of what he said.
Okay, so then why are you disagreeing with him when he said Michael Jordan's teams were better than LeBron James' teams? That's what he said. Why don't you accept it?
Because now he's talking about when it comes to championships. He has no right to talk about championship success.
So then
because he didn't have it.
So again, are you picking and choosing when to go by Jerry West?
I'm picking and choosing when it makes sense.
Okay, so
if it doesn't make sense, I'm not going with it.
It does make sense. It does make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Look at the resume, sir. Look at the resume, sir.
When you look at
this guy is not qualified. He's not qualified to talk about.
That's your belief.
He's not qualified to talk about it.
These are things you're believing. You believe all this, and I know the reasons you do. I won't get into it, but this is what you believe. You say he's not qualified. If someone told you Michael Jordan,
that's how anyone in real life, out in the real world, if you look at a resume and the resume doesn't show, the evidence that you're this good employee, that's how everyone's going to look at it. That's how everyone reacts.
I agree if that's what happened, but that's not if happening. And his resume is, I already explained this, what people think about him, and I didn't explain all the other things I think about him. You get the point. So you can't tell me what people would do and all that, because they're not agreeing with you. I've never heard anyone say all the things that you've said about Jerry West and Michael Jordan and stars and all that. Some of the things you've said other people have said, but not all these things. So who are these people? When you say that's what people do, who are these people? Where are they? Why aren't they having your takes? And so on.
I'm talking about just when we look at a real world example,
right.
If I look at a resume and I see that, they're supposed to say this guy is an expert, but then I see that, he's only made it to this point one time, and I see somebody else who's also claiming to be an expert and they've done it 6 times, I'm going to be like, I'm picking that dude.
Well, then that shows
I'm picking the 6-timer over the 1-timer.
Did you ever stop and think that maybe, just maybe, you're not an expert and you're wrong and you're not being consistent and so on?
What do you mean I'm not an expert? It has nothing to do with me. Okay. It has to do with what the players are doing. What they do, what they achieve.
And by the way, I'm still trying to understand, why would you even take anything that he says seriously, actually? Actually, I didn't even ask you this. If I did, I don't remember. Because if you're saying he had a fear of losing, he had a mental disorder, he's a loser, and so on, why would you take anything he says seriously? So when he says, I had a fear of losing, why would you take that seriously? Why would you take anything he says seriously? According to you, he's not a winner.
Because the data supports it. The data supports it. It's consistent with what happened in his career.
There is no data. None.
Yeah.
And by
he's
I don't want you
1 for 8 or 1 for 9.
He's not 1 for 8. It's not a one-on-one game. This is how you Michael Jordan fans think. You guys believe this kind of thing when it helps you, and then you throw that away when it doesn't help you. One guy, no matter how he plays, is not going to be the reason that their team wins and loses. Because if that's true, then Michael Jordan was a loser for years and years.
Once again, we look at the amount of times. You know what I'm saying? It's not just, oh, it happened one time, it happened 2 times. When it becomes a consistent pattern, we look at the common denominator.
Okay, so
that only makes sense.
So if
That's only logical.
So if Michael Jordan retired in 1991, he was a loser. He was not a winner. He's not an expert, and so on.
I mean, he three-peated.
No. In 1991, let's say he retired. Are you going to say that by that time, if he retired in 1991, he's not a winner, he's a loser, he's not an expert, and so on?
Oh, 1991. Okay. Yeah, 1991 is just one championship. Yeah, I wouldn't say he's a freaking expert.
Well, I would say
but
I would say before
he
that.
is
Before that.
1 for 1.
No, I would say before
One
that.
for one
No.
on his championships.
No, before that. Let's say he didn't win a ring. 1991. That's when he won, 1991. So let's say he retired in 1991.
Yeah.
He doesn't win a ring. You're going to tell me that Michael Jordan, who had great statistics, who won MVPs, who some thought was the best player in the league, and so on, that guy is not a winner, he's a loser, he's not an expert, and so on.
Yeah, it would be consistent. It would be consistent.
Oh, you know what? At least you're
If
being
he retired
consistent.
and he didn't win,
At least you're being consistent.
that's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
So what was the difference when Michael Jordan won in 1991 and when Michael Jordan lost in 1990? What was the difference?
In 1990, he wasn't even good enough to make the finals.
But
He can't look at it from that
no,
standpoint.
but why was he?
He was in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, no, he went to Game 7, by the way, and some people thought that they could have won that and went to the finals. But anyway, what's the difference? You say he wasn't good enough. What was the difference? If you can analyze Jerry West in such detail and other stars in such detail, I hope you can analyze Michael Jordan in such detael.
Definitely.
Okay.
So
What was the difference?
essentially, when they had reached that point, he has a new coach. He's in this new system, the triangle.
Actually,
All right, and then
no, he had Phil Jackson before that.
in '89, no, he didn't.
No, in 1990.
Yeah, in 1990.
No, he won.
That's the one I'm talking
He
about.
won in 1991. In 1990, he
Yeah,
lost.
you're saying when he lost. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he lost in
When
1990.
he lost, new coach.
He had Phil Jackson in
Phil Jackson?
1990.
Yeah, he did.
But he lost.
did. That's when he lost.
Yeah, he lost.
Yeah, he lost.
But you said
Exactly.
No, but you were saying one of the differences is new coach. But he didn't have a new coach. He had the same coach.
What are you talking about? In 1990, that was the first year Phil Jackson was head coach.
And they lost.
Yes.
So what's the difference between Michael Jordan, who won in 1991, and Michael Jordan, who lost in 1990?
That's what I'm explaining. So this is the first time he's had this coach. First time he's done this new offensive system. All right?
What does that have to do?
They're still kind of working.
Are you saying a team can't win with a first-year coach? Because there was a guy who was a first-year coach, and he was the same guy, Phil Jackson. He went to Los Angeles and they won in the first year. Same system, by the way, triangle.
Yeah, but when you look at it, right, this system is brand new. This system had no success prior to that point.
That's not.
You know what I'm saying?
No, that's not true. No, I don't know what you're saying. Tex winners and others are known to have this system. I don't know all the details, but a triangle wasn't invented for Phil Jackson. It was used before.
I know that. I'm saying from a championship standpoint, winning a championship, the triangle hadn't done it.
No, but
all right?
that doesn't. First of all, nobody runs one system for every play for every game. Even though, for the media, they like to pitch the triangle, and fans who don't know much, they go triangle, triangle. There's a lot of other type of plays that are run all the time. And there must be a million teams out there that tried something new and did good or didn't do good. It's not as simple as you're making it seem like. You're assuming a lot of things here.
I'm not assuming, because you said detail-oriented, right? So this is a detail. Brand new system.
How do you know?
Because it's true. It was a brand new system, and it was a brand new coach.
How do you know that's the reason? And it wasn't a brand new coach. It was not a brand new coach.
It was.
No,
Phil Jackson was
1991.
Coach
was
for 1990.
When they won in 1991, that was not his first year. He was there before that, the year they lost.
That's what I'm saying.
But why do you keep saying?
I'm explaining the loss. I'm not explaining the championship.
No,
I'm explaining the loss prior.
No, but you keep saying it's a new coach. It's not a new coach.
It was. Phil Jackson was new in 1990.
No, but that's the no. Okay,
right.
so but no. Okay, look. When I say what's the difference between when he won the first year and when he lost the previous year, you're saying new coach, but he's not new. You're just saying he's new.
Oh, so he's old?
No, well, I don't know what.
He was there in 1989. He was the head coach. 88. He was the head coach too.
No,
he wasn't.
How many years does he have to be there for you to say, okay, now he counts? Like the way you guys set things up is there's always a way to make an excuse for Michael Jordan, but you don't make excuses for anyone else. It doesn't make any sense. It's just like it's like a cult.
I'm not even making excuses. You're basically, you're interrupting before I even complete it. But basically,
no,
I'm saying that was part of the reason.
I'm not interrupting because I know you have multiple reasons. We're going one at a time. I understand that was part of the reason.
So
I never thought.
The one, but,
hang on, we're not interrupting. I never thought that your only reason was Phil Jackson. I know you have multiple reasons. You're going to give me the list, but can we go one at a time?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the one I give you, you're just saying, oh, he wasn't new. He wasn't new, and he was.
Okay, no, he wasn't. What do you count as new? New means first year. That's new.
Their first year.
Right.
First year.
Right.
Brand
okay.
new.
Okay, so why can't you win in your first year?
And I can explain why.
All right,
but the whole thing is this system, the triangle hadn't won, right?
Unbelievable.
At the NBA level.
Did you ever did you ever think that maybe he won because he just had a really good team? Like instead of analyzing the way you are, where you find excuses in your mind, why don't you just say it simply? He had a great team and they won. Why do you have to say, well, the triangle was never used? Well, he was a new coach. Well, Michael Jordan didn't figure out a way. Then you're just assuming things. You're making things up. You're guessing.
What do you mean winning? We're talking about the losing year. We're not talking about the winning year.
Right. But no, we're talking about the differences between the winning and losing year.
Yeah.
You're basically saying, well, the reason.
So we have to get through the losing first, before the winning, and see the difference.
But your reasons that you're coming up, these are your reasons. This is what you believe. I've never heard anyone say, well, the reason we lost the previous year was because, Phil Jackson was a new coach and a triangle wasn't that used and a triangle was never used to win all that. These are, just like you did with Jerry West, you're just coming up with things you believe.
Things that make sense.
No, to you.
They're not illogical.
It's what you believe. And by the way, if they would have won that first year, you would have played a different game. You would have said, oh, look how great he is. In his first year with that coach, he won. It's not common for that to happen. The triangle wasn't even used in the NBA to win rings. Triangle was new and so on. Whatever. You guys always find a way to elevate Michael Jordan and tear down everyone else.
That's not what it is. Because basically, I'll continue, right? So it's a whole new system, new coach, okay? Now he gets to the Eastern Conference Finals like he did the year before. He had already done it without Phil Jackson, without the system, okay? But, it's like a learning curve. He got to a point where now this system is telling him, you're not going to be the guy who always has the ball in your hands. How do you, all right? You got to rely on your teammates.
Problems here. Problems already. Problems. They wanted him to take less shots and score less, and he didn't want to.
Yeah.
He didn't want to. As I'm sure you've heard the story, if you didn't, I'll tell it to you. Tex Winters basically said there's no I in a team, and he said, yeah, but there's an I in winning. Michael Jordan did not want to score less points. Now, did he do a little bit less? Maybe. I don't know. If he did, it was not that much anyway. He wanted to make sure he scored a certain amount of points. And I'm still trying to understand how Phil Jackson won in his first year in Los Angeles with the Lakers, and how other people can win in their first year. Even if you say, well, the triangle was established. Phil Jackson was established.
Yeah, it was established. Phil Jackson was already established.
But why can't you say, well, for the other players, it's new for them? Kobe Bryant was only 22. Shaq hadn't won a ring before. Yeah. Other players didn't win a ring. Right. Why can't you find excuses for them?
No, it's the same consistency. All right. But here's the difference. Phil Jackson had already won 6 championships with that system.
What does that have?
So if he goes to a new organization,
no, what's he going to do? He's not going to play.
It has to do with the players. It has to do with the players. He goes to a new organization with that kind of resume. Once again, we look at the resume. Players are buying in to the system. They're believing in it 100%.
When you say buying in, do you need coaches to be named who weren't established, who won with players who didn't win? Who didn't have to buy in, or they bought in, or they weren't sure, or whatever? There must be a million examples in sports where somebody goes, this guy is not established, I don't know if he can win, or we didn't have experience, or whatever, and they won. And what does Phil Jackson's experience have to do with other players? Like, if Phil Jackson is a coach, he's not going on the floor and playing. He just has, he's having his coaching. He has experience, right? He has experience in coaching. So he goes to Los Angeles with the Lakers. How does that make everyone else better? They could still lose. In fact, by your logic, he should have never lost because he had so much years of experience. He had 6 rings. The triangle was doing well and all that. How did he lose the other years?
So when he came in, they completely bought into the system. All right, they bought in and they started winning. All right, they three-peated. Not immediately. You know, they didn't. And they didn't win immediately.
How did Phil Jackson win 55 games and have a second-place Central Division finish and go to the Eastern Conference Finals in Game 7 if it wasn't established? He didn't have experience. The players didn't buy into it, I guess, and all that. How did all that happen?
No, they bought in. I'm saying they bought in.
Then why didn't they win?
All right. And that's the part, right? That's the part we're getting to. So, you know, it's a learning curve, right? Michael Jordan, he bought into the system. That's why they were so successful. Because he's the leader of the team.
You need a learning curve to win?
Definitely.
So how did Magic Johnson win in his first year?
Magic Johnson was winning with his team all the way up to the finals. He already had college success, championships-wise.
Wait, hold on. Michael Jordan didn't have college success?
He did. He had 1 championship in college.
So then what's the difference between Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson having college success?
Well, you look at the kind of team Michael was on and the kind of team Magic was on.
There you go.
Magic was paired up.
You don't have to explain it. I'm with you. The team was better.
Yeah, he's an all-time great.
So do you see what you did? You do 2 mistakes here. Well, you do more than that, but I'm going to list you 2. In no particular order. You put it on a guy for winning and losing. You don't go by, it's a team game. Then you pick and choose when to go by, it's a team game. So I agree with you. Magic Johnson was on a better team than Michael Jordan. It's a team game, period. That's all there is to it. There is no, you're scared of losing. Well, they didn't buy into it. Well, the system and all that. I mean, those things could play a role too. Yes, I want to correct myself. Those things could play a role too. But at the end of the day, it's not a guy winning and losing.
Okay. However, when we look at the context within the team that Magic Johnson was on, he was paired up with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
So why didn't he win every year? Why didn't he win every year?
He almost did.
No, he didn't.
They won a lot.
No, he didn't win almost every year. He went to the finals a lot, but he won 5 rings.
Yeah.
By the time he was 31, he won a lot, but he didn't win every year.
Yeah.
You know why? Because it's not that simple. Things change every year. You're again thinking of it like the way you did with Jerry West. Well, Jerry West was inserted here every year, and he couldn't chop down the tree. He kept trying and trying, couldn't do it. What happened? That's not how it works. You have different teammates, different opponents. People get older, and I could give you more examples, but you get the point. You're simplifying things, you're guessing things, assuming things, and you're not being consistent with your own takes.
I am being consistent. You know, you're trying to find the inconsistencies.
I've been doing it.
But there's differences. You know, none of these are contradictions.
There's
variables. There's variables involved.
But your variables work like this. Whatever helps Michael Jordan good, whatever goes against him bad. That's your variables then.
No, that's not the variable.
Yes, it is. You don't find this. Look at what I remember. I kept saying to you multiple times, even if I'm wrong and you're right, and we go by your logic, there's inconsistencies. I point these out to you, and you just dismiss it or downplay it.
No, it's because you're pointing out inconsistencies without knowing the whole context behind them.
No. But I'm agreeing with
know?
you. No, but some of them I agree. Like when you say Magic Johnson had a better team, there's nothing for us to debate. We're agreeing. But why don't you apply that same logic the other years to other stars, including Michael Jordan? You can't go, it's a team game, and then go, it's up to a guy to win and lose. They can't go together. Either it's a guy who wins and loses, or it's a team that wins and loses.
Yeah, but look at the caliber of the team.
See?
The team that Magic was on went to the finals.
Right, and Jerry West went to the finals.
It's a different ballgame when you're in the finals.
And Jerry West went to the finals. It's a different ballgame when you're in the finals.
Exactly.
So did you see what you did?
What is happening if you're consistently going there and you keep failing?
No, but that's like saying Michael Jordan is to blame.
Magic Johnson and Jerry West went to the same amount of finals.
And but hold on. When Michael Jordan loses all those years, you don't say these type of things. Earlier, you kind of made it seem like, yeah, it's his fault. You kind of did that. Sure, you were being consistent. Yeah, but you don't really emphasize it the way you do for other stars. You find ways to elevate Michael Jordan and give him a pass, and you find ways to tear down other stars and put it on them.
No, I don't.
Okay, so Michael Jordan didn't win his first year because his team was not good enough. Magic Johnson won his first year because his team was good enough. Team game. Done. There's no such thing as putting on a guy. Then when I bring this up, you go, well, you're trying to find inconsistencies, and we got to put it in context. Why don't you find inconsistency and put in context for all the other times where it goes against Michael Jordan or some other guy wins?
Because think about it, right? If your team is good enough to make the finals, that's a different ballgame. Like I said.
Okay.
When Michael Jordan came in, his team was not good enough to make the finals.
Okay, but his team. Like,
so we can't even talk about that.
In 1990, when he goes to the Game 7 of the third round, one game from the finals, one game. Yeah. How can you then say he's not good enough to get to the finals? Of course, he's good enough to get there
because he didn't get there.
But that's not his fault.
Okay, so you could say that.
No, you know that's the only way to say. What other way? Who are you going to blame? The coach? Are you going to blame the guy who parks the cars? Are you going to blame the guy who's on sweeping the floor or what? It's a team game. Who? Why would you blame Michael Jordan?
I mean, if you look at it, he bought into the system completely, right?
Unbelievable.
But he was relying on his teammates a lot. Right? Well, as he was told to do, as he was coached to do.
No. According to you earlier, you didn't say that. You said earlier, basically, how he had to I don't have the exact words, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you basically made it seem like he took over, he was like the league leader in so many categories.
Yeah, in the beginning, when they weren't good enough to make the finals, yeah.
How do you know?
Because that's how you mess up your team, and you're never going to be good enough to make the finals with one guy doing all that.
No. First of all, you're never going to make the finals with one guy doing anything by himself. Nobody wins and loses by themselves.
Right.
Secondly, how do you know?
Exactly.
How do you know when he changed? How do you know? And don't say because he won a ring. That's just basically saying, how do you know that if the space is big? Well, because there's an invisible elephant. How do you know for sure?
We can look at his career, and his career will tell us.
Okay, tell me.
You see what I'm saying?
Prove it to me. Prove it to me.
All right. So Michael Jordan, he got to the point when he lost, that Game 7.
Okay.
All right. Everything looked like they could possibly win it, right?
Right.
And then Pippen, I think he gets elbowed and he has a migraine and he checks himself out of the game.
That's not exactly true. No, he actually explained this in an interview. He said the media kept saying that, and that's not exactly what happened. But we'll go with your version. Go ahead. What happened?
All right. So he checked himself out of the game. All right. And now without Pippen there, they kind of lose their way, because they don't really have a game plan that is centered on without Pippen.
Well,
right?
How do you know they don't have a game? How do you know they don't have a game plan? You think a professional team who has years of experience and a great player like Michael Jordan and so on have no backup plans? They just say, hey guys, Michael Jordan, you do everything and we're going to roll the dice. They have no game plans in a professional league with a lot of experience with Michael Jordan?
That's literally happened. That's literally happened. That's what happened. That's how Doug Collins got fired.
No. When you say that's what happened, you're assuming this. You don't know what happened. You're not there. And when Doug Collins gets fired, you don't know all the reasons why he gets fired. You're not there. And I don't even think Michael Jordan wanted Doug. Did he even want Doug Collins fired? I don't know. Did he?
No, he didn't.
Okay, so then what's the point of telling me that? Why didn't the great Michael Jordan want Doug Collins fired? If Doug Collins is part of the problem, why didn't he know that?
Like I said, there's a learning curve.
Okay, so this is
he liked Doug Collins.
But how do you know
He liked the Doug Collins.
But how do you know this is a learning curve problem? How do you know that? How do you know Michael Jordan wasn't there yet? How do you know Michael Jordan wasn't ready yet?
Because he wasn't playing the way that you need to play
His numbers,
order to help your team.
His numbers say otherwise. That's not true.
Those are just numbers. If you have, all right. So in 1989,
what do you think
that was Doug. Look, Doug Collins last year coaching Michael Jordan, 1989. Michael Jordan, he averaged 32.5 points per game, 8 rebounds and 8 assists. Okay,
these are bad.
And they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. And they lost.
These are bad numbers. These numbers don't help you win.
They are excellent numbers. But one player should not be responsible to do all of that.
No,
and you expect you're going to win a championship as a result.
This is what you say.
It's a team game.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So if it's a team game, why are you putting on a guy for winning and losing?
Because he wasn't playing the right way with his team.
No, but how do you know this?
Look at the stats.
Okay, his stats don't show me.
Look at the numbers. The numbers are telling you a story.
No, they're telling you a story. This is what you're telling me. How do you know his numbers, 32, 8, and 8, and all the other numbers, are part of the problem? I've never heard anyone say, I've heard people say, don't score too much and hog the ball. That's bad. I've heard that. I've never heard anyone say, don't get more assists, don't get more rebounds. Or forget field goal percentage and all that. This is what you guys say. You guys come up with these weird things in your mind, and then you're not even consistent with your own weird points. It's bad to get 8 assists, so it's bad to score the ball. It's bad to pass the ball. It's bad to get a rebound. What are you supposed to do?
No, it's bad to be one guy doing all of that by himself.
Okay, but no, so
he shouldn't be having that much of a contribution.
So for example, okay, so that's what I'm asking you. Don't score the ball that much. Don't pass the ball that much. Don't get that many rebounds, and so on. Is this what you're telling me?
I'm not telling you all three at the same time. I'm saying, you can, Michael Jordan is, the all-time leader in points per game scored.
Well,
and that's fine.
No, he's
it worked.
No, he's tied with Wilt Chamberlain, basically. They both average 30 points a game. You guys play this mathematical thing where you guys go, okay, on a mathematical thing, he's a leader. Like if somebody had if somebody had 1/4 of a penny more than you, oh, he's richer than you. It doesn't even exist. It's not a real number. It's not a real penny. Like he averages 30 points, and Wilt Chamberlain averaged 30 points. If we're not going to round things off anymore, then don't round off numbers again in statistics.
I mean, if you want to say that, but that's just how you want to play it your way.
But just ultimately, your way is to elevate him. That's what you guys do. If there was another star who you didn't like, who was tied like that with Michael Jordan, or had just edged out Michael Jordan, you guys would never give that player credit, especially if you didn't like him. But when it's Michael Jordan, you guys.
How do you know that? How do you know that? That's you assuming.
No, I'm not. I have actually.
That's you assuming.
I actually. This is not an assumption. It's actually happening.
You see, it's like you think
I'm trying to tell you.
You're basically.
I'm trying to tell you. I know this because lots of Michael Jordan fans will let you know things. They'll make videos. They'll write things in comment sections. They'll go on TV and tell you takes and all that. They have lots of takes where they tear down everyone. Everyone had a super team. Everyone played in a weak era. Everyone was just bigger than everyone and so on. And Michael Jordan was this anomaly. That's what you said. He was an anomaly. You Michael Jordan fans do this for many reasons. It could be you're influenced by the media about him. It could be you're uneducated about the NBA. It could be that you're you just grew up with him or something else. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm not influenced by any kind of media or anything. I'm looking at the actual all-time stats. When I say Michael Jordan was an anomaly, I said, when it comes to steals, a shooting guard being top 5 all-time in steals is an anomaly. There's no other shooting guards there.
And that's not an anomaly. When you don't keep a record for steals for so many years, you don't ignore that and go, Michael Jordan's an anomaly. Like, you're proving my point.
I mean-
you find ways to elevate him. That's what you guys do. I've told you before, they don't keep record for steals, and you guys go, look how high he ranks in steals. You're finding ways to elevate him. Or maybe you didn't know.
I'm not finding ways. I'm looking at the numbers and what the numbers are saying. I'm not finding a way to elevate them. The numbers are elevating
No,
them.
what numbers? They don't keep.
I'm not doing it.
They don't keep a record of all. Again, they didn't keep a record of steals. You don't have all the numbers.
When?
So
Back in the day?
So you don't know. That's the problem. Like I said earlier, remember I said one of the things, maybe you guys are uneducated about the NBA? You didn't agree with that. You're showing it. That's one of the most basic things. Blocks and steals. Steals and blocks were not always kept in the NBA. Any expert in the NBA would have known that.
So if we're basing it off of the data we have,
right?
he's an anomaly.
No, well, that's a fun way to put it. You know, this reminds me of like what the media does. You know, if you count teams in July from 1970 to now on teams who play on the West Coast, they're really great. You're doing what the media does, which shows me again you're highly influenced by the media.
That's not a media thing.
That is a media thing.
It's the media that started recording steals and blocks?
No, they're the ones who find ways to influence people in certain ways, to gin up something, to get people going, to like find ways to get people, emotional and all that. Most of the takes you've told me so far, you weren't born thinking all this. You didn't learn this because you read a book or you went to some statistics. Most of your takes, not all of them, okay? Not all of them. Most of them, at some point or another, were influencing you by the media. Most of the media is pro Michael Jordan.
No, it's not. They're constantly challenging them.
If that's true, if I'm wrong and you're right, I have a very logical question I want to ask you. How do you explain that usually, I didn't say always, okay? I didn't say always, but usually the only people who come up with these kind of things are Michael Jordan fans?
I mean, I don't know how to explain that because it doesn't apply to me. I can't relate to it.
It does, because you're saying those type of things. I'm always amazed at how you guys never recognize that no one else talks about rings and finals MVPs and, certain eras and all that, except you Michael Jordan fans. Like, go ask all those people who say things that you think. Where do you rank Michael Jordan? What do you think about his era? What do you think about, players of, whatever, finals MVP wars and all that? They'll all tell you the same things. There's a pattern. You're part of that pattern, and like most of these cults, you don't realize you're part of a cult.
I'm not a part of a cult.
I know that was a little tough, man. I apologize.
I know that was a little tough, man.
I apologize.
Everything.
Sorry to interrupt you.
I'm saying.
I know that was a little tough. I apologize. Yeah, I know that was a little tough. I apologize. But I want to make this point for many reasons, because you kind of questioned me earlier, and I don't think I think you're not taking in all the information, and you're having takes that usually only Michael Jordan fans have, and so on. Go ahead.
All right. So everything I'm saying is coming from my own research. It's not coming from what the media told me. It's like if you went off of that, then everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of people were saying LeBron James is the greatest player of all time.
Most don't. Most say Michael Jordan is the greatest NBA player of all time.
Yeah, if the media,
go ahead.
If the media is constantly pushing for LeBron, but everyone is still saying Michael Jordan,
that shows you
it's not media influence.
This is again you being influenced by the media. Most of the media pushes Michael Jordan. You've been learning that most of the media pushes LeBron James, and you accepted that. I can assure you, the majority of the media, not just I can prove it to you factually, I can go off my experiences, they mostly pick Michael Jordan. Unless, if you disagree with that, then I have another logical question. How would you logically explain, that most fans pick Michael Jordan, and then all of a sudden in the media, the humans are different? It doesn't make any sense. It's going to be the same humans. Most of them pick Michael Jordan. Stephen A. Smith, Max Kellerman, Chris Bussard, Charles Barkley, Shaq, Kenny Smith, all the big guys, or most of them pick Michael Jordan. That's not a coincidence, because they're purposely trying to get guys who are into Michael Jordan, or a lot of these guys just believe what they believe. And when you say certain things over and over, hey, Michael Jordan got 6 rings. Hey, man, you know what? Jerry West lost. Hey, man, you know what? This league is weak, and so on. It influences people, and you're one of the people who's been influenced.
No, because if you look at it like this, right? let's say, we're going to say, oh, this guy, he's actually the best employee this company ever had. Oh, he is? Yeah. How many times was he employee of the month? Once. That's it.
Why would you why would you have to be employee of the month to be the best employee?
That's recognition. It's awards.
Okay, so you're basically saying whoever your boss picks is the best. You, as a guy who I assume has worked before, you can't think of employees who worked with you who were not as good as you and got more credit than you.
Yeah, and that's the same thing that's happening now.
So then
in the media.
So then, if you agree that those guys who you worked with were not better than you and you were the best, then how does it make sense to go, but hey, we got to depend on our bosses for picking someone? And when you talk about the media is made up of mostly Michael Jordan fans.
But they're over here. There's people who are picking LeBron over Jordan.
There's people who pick Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and a bunch of other people. Most of them pick Michael Jordan. Most of them. I don't want you to believe
it makes sense.
I don't want you to. Well, it makes sense because you're one of them. You're part of that group.
No, the data supports it.
The data shows opposite. The data shows lots of players are better than him. You believe the data shows it too because two things you're doing. One, you're going by the data you want to go by, and two, you think all your data is reliable. If you were right, bro, if you were right, the data proves it. Most of us would be on your side. I don't mean I know you could say, well, don't most people pick Michael Jordan? Yes. I mean, most people would accept the data as a fact. There is no data, none, that shows he's the greatest.
There is.
There's data. Actually, there's data that shows he's not the greatest. Actually, there's data that shows he's not the greatest. Go ahead.
All right. So the issue is there is plenty of data, but people are just not aware of the data. They're not educated on it.
No. I would agree with you. A lot of people are not educated. I would agree with that. But their education is not going to change when they get the data. The only time it changes is when it's people like you who are into Michael Jordan. And by the way, you guys, I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but it's you guys who are not aware of data and who are uneducated about the data.
Okay. So
I checked his statistics. I went to Basketball Reference. I made a video on this because I heard people say, "No, you didn't say this." I want to be fair. You did not say this. But a lot of people will say Michael Jordan has a number one statistics of all time, or he's mostly number one. He's number one in all the statistics, or he's number one in most statistics and all that. I went to Basketball Reference. They have so many statistics. I didn't go over everyone, but I went over a lot. Did you know he's not top 14 in most NBA statistics? Did you know that? Since you want to talk about people who are unaware of the data?
Yeah.
Okay, so if he's not top 14 in most statistics, how do you then go, and you say you knew that, which I don't think you knew that, but let's say you knew that, how do you then go, well, the data proves he's a number one NBA player of all time? I know those weren't your exact words, but you said something like that.
Yeah, so if you're looking at statistics, you're just looking at teammate contributions essentially, or player contributions,
What
right?
else is there?
But the point of the game is to win, right?
Yeah, but you can't win by yourself, according to you, right?
Right, but we look at the impact.
Okay, how do you?
One player has had on his team winning.
Okay, so I got a question.
How much does a team rely on that?
But everyone doesn't have the same team, or the same opponents, or the same coaches, and so on. So how do you then compare them all the same, as if they're all equally the same, and then take the star player and compare to star players? I'll give you a great example. Let's go to Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is on a team that wins. Michael Jordan is on a team that loses. Why would you elevate Michael Jordan and then blame Michael Jordan? He's the same guy.
Yeah, so if he's the same guy, and his team lost, but he's the best player on his team, then we're gonna put that responsibility on the best player. Sure, if he's the best player and the leader of the team.
Why?
Because he's the best player and the leader.
Then do you disagree?
That's how you do in any.
No, they don't.
In any real world example.
No, in most.
In any real world example.
No, in most sports.
Yeah.
In most sports, up until Michael Jordan fans started doing the ring thing, Most sports did not put it on a guy for winning and losing. And the only reason they did was because now they kept saying, well, if Michael Jordan got 6 rings, let's go to football. Does this quarterback, is he the best quarterback because he got this many rings? Nobody did that in most sports.
It was before Michael Jordan.
It was very rare. It was very rare. There was nobody who.
No, it wasn't. Wilt Chamberlain, they used to get on him for losing.
No. Most people didn't. Most people did not do that.
Yes, they did.
No, they did. I'm telling.
They absolutely did.
No, even his hate. Only a few haters blamed him. A few haters, and this is how I know you're influenced by the media, because the media keeps saying, well, Wilt Chamberlain didn't have that toughness. He was too soft. He didn't win. And they put these stupid interviews with people who just don't like him, and then you guys play the videos and go, yeah, people said it. Most people did not blame him.
Yeah, I'm not telling you from a media standpoint. I'm telling you from my own research.
I'm telling you, most
it's
people,
not got anything to do with the media.
Most people did not blame Wilt Chamberlain for losing. There's no evidence of this, and it's not even.
Why do you say that?
Because
where's your evidence that most people didn't?
I'm telling you, because 1, there's no evidence, and 2, it's common sense.
And how do you know that?
Because there's no evidence.
Can you prove there's no evidence?
Can you prove there's no flying zebra in space right now? It doesn't make any sense. You got to prove to me it happened. You claimed most people did. Prove it to me. And the second thing I want to point out to you is,
I've researched it. I've already looked it up. This kind of stuff is when his coaches.
Let me ask you.
When he got sent to a different team, his coach.
Let me ask you a question.
His own coach.
Let me ask you a question. What is more likely, that you found a way to find most basketball fans and find out what they think, or I found a way to find out there's no evidence? What do you think is more likely?
It's not about basketball fans.
Well, then I said most people. I said most people. Most people did not use rings to rank players. And also, a second point I keep trying to tell you, logically, I know most people are not going to blame him because it's a team game. Anyone who knows anything about a team game, baseball, basketball, football, whatever, knows a guy cannot win and lose by himself. It's only you guys who do this.
No, because Wilt was a prime example of a guy doing all this stuff, getting all these stats.
You're helping my argument.
And still losing.
You're helping my argument. That shows that you cannot win by yourself.
I'm not. Exactly.
If you score the points, if you get the rebounds, if you get the assists, if you do a bunch of things and you cannot win, what else is there? How are you going to win then?
Well, then we look at the problem. You have 4 other players on the court with you. Why are you doing all of those things?
Okay, but he didn't always do those things. He sacrificed his game many times, and he still lost.
And, well, then we look at what happened, when he sacrificed his game.
Well, okay, so let me ask you a question. You expect me to believe that for all the stars, including Wilt Chamberlain, you somehow found tape of every finals game or regular season game or playoffs in general, whatever, and you found a way to dissect everything and figure out what happened then?
I mean, I'm saying we can look at his mentality,
How?
and
are
there's
you opening
plenty
his head? What are you doing? Are you opening his head? What are you doing?
There's plenty of data There's plenty of data. We got first-hand accounts, witnesses.
There's no data
people,
on
his teammates.
There's no data on his mentality, and most of his teammates.
There is.
Most of his team. There's not, and most of his teammates don't blame him for losing. You're cherry picking a few people in the media.
You can say that. You can say that his teammates doesn't blame him for losing.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
I've seen where his teammates had problems with him.
You're not understanding. I didn't say no one blamed him ever. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I didn't say no one never blamed Michael Jordan or Jerry West or Wilt Chamberlain, whatever. I'm saying most people, and if you don't want to include fans, most NBA people did not blame him for losing. In fact, I've seen tons of people who will say he's got a bad rap, he wasn't treated fairly. Whenever you're a big guy, you always like if you win, oh, you're bigger than everyone. If you lose, well, then you get blamed. Why didn't you win? He was put in lose-lose situations. You're ignoring all this. In common sense, you're ignoring it. You're going, I saw some tapes of some interviews of people who blamed him then.
I didn't say any tapes or any interviews. I didn't say any of that.
What are you going by? You did say there were people who did it. You must have played the interviews unless you were there. Did they tell you personally?
Yeah, they're not interviews. They're not interviews. It's just what people have said. First-hand accounts of what they've said.
Okay, Scottie Pippen said Michael Jordan was a horrible player. So Michael Jordan's horrible? That's it?
No. We don't go off of something like that.
So that's called
because the data doesn't support it. Data doesn't support it. Data has to back it up, sir.
Yeah, there's no
data has to back it up.
I agree.
If we look at Will Chamberlain, we look at all these eye-popping numbers, and he can't win. We look at the data and we look at him.
You're hurting your argument. If he's doing all
I'm
these,
not.
If he's doing,
I'm not. It's the same thing. I apply the same consistency to Michael Jordan when he was averaging 32, 8, and 8 in 1989.
No, he didn't do as much as Will Chamberlain. Not even close. But even I get your logic.
It doesn't matter.
I get
He's
your
doing too much.
I get your logic. You say he's doing too much. That's what you say. Getting more assists and scoring and rebounding is not too much. The only one I could accept, maybe don't score all the time. Pass the ball, move around, okay? Set screen, okay, fine. There's no such thing as getting too many rebounds and getting too many assists. I've never heard anyone say, hey, bro, get less rebounds. Hey, get less assists.
I mean, you don't see it from that standpoint.
No,
you haven't understood that aspect of the game yet.
Nobody does. Nobody says get less rebounds.
I mean, you say you're speaking for everyone in the world.
Yes. Actually, first of all, you've been doing that.
Yeah,
first of all,
that's illogical.
But no, it's not.
That's illogical.
Okay, so
you have no data to support that.
But you don't have any data.
No evidence.
Okay. Let's say I have no data. Let's say I have no data, which is what you believe. I have plenty of data. But let's say I have no data. You have not shown me any data on how you're right on any of these things. How is it? What data shows?
This is all.
What data shows Will Chamberlain? What data shows? I'm going to give you some examples. It's going to be like, what data shows Jerry West is not a winner. He's a loser. He has a mental problem. Will Chamberlain is not a winner. Will Chamberlain did everything and he still didn't win. Will Chamberlain sacrificed. He still didn't win. And what was the other thing you said about Michael Jordan? Michael Jordan wasn't ready. The system wasn't ready. The teammates bought into it in the Los Angeles Lakers and all that. Where's your data to prove any of this? You're just guessing things.
I'm not guessing. There's things called clues, and you follow the clues and you see where they point to.
Clues is not data. Data is data. Clues is clues. Data is information and facts.
Data provides clues. Data provides clues.
No. Data provides data. There's no clues.
Yeah. There is clues in data. Okay, if you don't understand that, then that doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense to you because you got your own definitions. But let's just go by your data, whatever you call it. No, it's clues.
So
let's go by that. So clues, data, and clues. What data and clues? I guess I have so many questions. I'll just ask you one at a time here. So Will Chamberlain scores a lot, rebounds a lot, passes a lot, and does a bunch of other things a lot. If all those things are bad, what is good?
Good is cooperating as a unit, as a team, like it shouldn't be one guy. There's 5 players on the court at the time, right? One guy should not be taking a majority of all the other contributions from the other 4 players.
You're acting like every year he did that.
He did a lot for like his first 7 years.
And again, even the years he sacrificed, he still didn't always win.
Yeah, because now it's a whole new thing. He's got to get used to playing this new way that he's not used to. You're
just coming up with stuff. You're just coming up with any answer for anything.
No, it's a change. It's a complete shift.
Okay. So all those
you don't
years,
just make one complete shift.
So all those years, well, first of all, you're assuming he made one complete shift. I don't know where you got that from, but let's assume you're right. I'm going to give you the benefit.
I got it from when he went to the 76ers. His coach was like, on him, like saying, hey, no, you're not going to be doing all this.
Hold on. You need to pass it more. Hold on. In order for him to get the plays, his coach has to allow him to play and set the plays for him. And his teammates and his general manager and his owner have to allow it. You're acting like people are telling him, no, Will Chamberlain, don't do it. And he put his arms up and said, I'm not listening to anyone. And everyone just had to get out the way. Who's going to pass him the ball?
Yeah, that was happening. That was happening too.
This is just you.
It was.
You believe in things in your head.
And there's accounts.
No, you know what you're doing wrong? You're taking tidbits and parts that are true, and you're just assuming this is what happened every game of every year. It doesn't make any sense. How would every teammate say?
No, it does make sense.
Every teammate said, I'm going to get out. Okay, so Will Chamberlain gets a rebound, and everyone says, I'm going to get out the way. Will Chamberlain makes a pass, and everyone says, I'm going to make sure I score. Will Chamberlain gets a block, and everyone says, I'm going to let him block them. And then the owner didn't care, the general manager didn't care, the coach didn't care, and Will Chamberlain was just greedy. Is this what you're telling me?
Yeah, at first, that's what it was, right?
Unbelievable.
But this is it. Do you not understand that The NBA is still a business at the end of the day, sir.
Really? I didn't
If
know
a
that.
player
Is it really?
comes in,
They're doing it for the money?
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's
I'm being sarcastic.
you're making a profit off of this.
I'm being
All right.
sarcastic.
So, okay, but if Will Chamberlain comes in and he's doing all these miraculous things, that puts people in seats. That sells tickets.
Well, they didn't do a good job because the NBA wasn't making that much money back in those days, getting that many seats. The Lakers used to have, in Los Angeles, Jerry West and a bunch of people used to have to go out and ask people, you want to come to the game? I don't know where you're getting this information from, bro, but you have not done the research. But let's say you're right and I'm wrong about everything. We're going to go your way, okay? So they put people in seats and they're making money, okay? All the owners and general managers and coaches and teammates, I shouldn't say all of them, I correct myself, most of them were allowing him to do all this, or they didn't allow him to do it and he didn't listen to anyone.
Most of them were allowing it in the beginning.
So then why are you blaming?
So
then why are you blaming him? He's doing what he's told. If he doesn't listen to them, you guys would say, "Look at this guy. He's not a good leader. He's not a good team player. He doesn't follow directions. He doesn't try to, make the team better." You guys set things up where he cannot win with you. If he scores a lot, that's bad. If he gets lots of passes, that's bad. If he gets a lot of rebounds, that's bad. If he sacrifices his game, that's bad. If he does a little bit of some sacrifice, if he does most of those things, that's bad. If he sacrifices most of those things, it's bad. Then and so on. You guys set things up where he cannot win.
No, it's like if you look at trial and error, this isn't the NBA wasn't some finished complete product when it first started.
Yes,
right?
No.
And when Wilt came in,
wait, hold on. Wilt Chamberlain came in later. The NBA had been there for quite a few years.
Yeah, but it wasn't fully established. It wasn't even as popular as it is today.
No, but what does it have to do with anything?
Baseball was the number one sport.
It wasn't established in the 1970s. It wasn't even established in the 1980s. Actually, yeah,
that's when it started coming to fruition.
But that has nothing to do with anything. And when did it become established? By the way, you got to make up a year.
Once the merger happened, right? Once the merger happened, they started getting more serious about expansion, right? And when the 1976 NBA-ABA merger happened, all right, then they started taking it a little more serious and started expanding. And
no, but you agreed with me. It wasn't even established in the 1980s.
No other league had that few teams. No other league. No baseball, no football. No other sport had that few teams. Basketball had the lowest amount of teams in the league before that merger.
I don't even know if that's true. I'm sure I can find some leagues that have a lot of teams, but even if you're right, it doesn't matter anyway. Who cares?
It is true. People cared. People who look at it as a legitimate league, they're going to be like, they don't have as many leagues as NFL.
They're
not as legitimate.
You Michael Jordan fans are the only fans in the world who say things like less teams equals bad. Most experts
I'm not
have
saying
said that
I
less
didn't
teams
say
are
that.
good.
I didn't say that. I didn't say less teams was bad.
Well, then why are you assuming that everyone else thought that?
Because when you look at all the other leagues, they're comparing. They're making comparisons.
No. I shouldn't say every. Most experts will tell you the league is worse when you add more teams. It's watered down. The competition is not as good, and so on. Most fans, therefore, now I'm going to assume this. Most fans will go, more teams is bad. In fact, over the years, as years have passed and we learn about sports, I've seen lots of older fans say, "Oh, it sucks. It's not as good as it used to be. There's too many teams," and so on.
I mean, you could say most, and you could try to put a tag on that, but that's not the case.
Okay.
The case is when there's more teams, NBA is a business, right? More teams, more money. More tickets can be sold.
We're not disputing that. What does that have to do with anything?
They're expanding. They're expanding as a league. All right.
Okay.
And then they're looked at as more legitimate because of their expansion.
According to who? Again, we're going in a circle. According to who? Most fans are going to say the league is worse with more teams. They did it in baseball. They did it in basketball. They did it in football, and so on.
I don't know where you're getting that information from.
Okay, so then you are saying that more teams is better. I knew you thought like that, but you said you didn't think like that. You do think like that.
That's how the NBA thinks of it. More teams is better.
No, I'm saying
that's why they
no,
expanded.
I know, but that has nothing to do with anything. And most fans are going to think the league is worse. If you say, I don't know where you're getting that from, go online and type in, are there lots of fans, especially older fans, who think baseball, football, basketball, or whatever team sport is worse with more teams? Go type it up and you'll get all this golden information.
Yeah, and then type up the same thing but the opposite, and you're going to get a whole bunch of golden information.
No, I'm not saying.
If you're looking for a specific thing, it's going to come up.
No, I'm not saying.
It's a search bar.
No, but you're acting like you don't know what I'm talking about. You act like you don't know that people think that way. I agree with you. There's lots of people who like more teams, and I agree with you that more teams can maybe mean more money, but it doesn't always mean more money. Sometimes adding more teams over the years actually created problems. That's why teams fold, teams move, teams have to have salary caps to take the money and go to other places and all that. It's not the simple way that you do. You're simplifying things way too many times.
You have to be able to simplify things.
Well, you could do whatever you want, and you're doing that.
Get complicated. No, because think about it. Before you learn multiplication, you got to learn addition and subtraction.
You're the same guy who would tell me you got to put things into context. You got to go by the data. Hey, it's not just because Phil Jackson was there. That's where the Bulls started winning. You did the whole thing one year. You said there's more to it and all that. You're the detailed guy, and then you go, well, you got to simplify things.
Yeah, you got to simplify it at first, but we can go over nuances and complexities.
Why would I have to simplify things when more teams or less teams? Why would I have to do that?
You got to think of a reason. You got to think of a reason. Why are these guys playing? So they can win a championship. That's the simple answer.
No, they're playing for the money and the fame and the women and all that.
I mean, that's okay. So that's your assumption.
No, it's true. No, they're not doing it for free. They're not taking pay cuts most of the time. They're not complaining about salary caps. They're complaining about how.
I mean, you're talking about.
They complain
you're
about
talking about players of today. You're talking about the current generation.
Back then I don't know what research you've done. Back then they complained all the time. Oscar Robertson was one of the reasons that things changed.
He's one guy. He was one guy complaining.
You think no one else complained?
He took it to the Supreme Court.
No, you think he's the only guy that complained? Like common sense, you think all the players are going to say, "Hey, Oscar Robertson"? No,
he's the only one. He's the only one who was so bothered by it. He took it to the Supreme Court.
First of all, in every sport,
nobody else did that.
No, in every sport, you can find examples of people complaining about businesses and owners, and they do certain things. There was no one guy only, but if you want to go by this logic about one guy, he has to be backed up by people. People have to support him and use common sense. Most players are not going to like it if they can't be freely going somewhere, if they have to be stuck on a team, if they don't get certain money and all that. It's common sense. Remember earlier you brought up many times about what people do and all that? Apply that here. There's lots of players out there who want to make a certain amount of money. They don't want to be stuck on a team. They want to make sure the rules are fair and so on.
Yeah, but, when you're looking at, people who actually enjoy playing the game, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of love for the game involved in this. That's how the league got built to that point.
How many stars can you name that don't have a love for the game?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. So are they playing for what are they playing for? Just for no reason? They're playing for a reason.
How many can you name that are playing just for money and fame?
I would say, no, particularly for money and fame. When it comes to certain details, I'm not going to know what's in their head, but I'm going to guess that most of them do it for that type of stuff: money, fame, women, and all that. If I'm wrong,
how many stars can you name that do that?
Yeah, I would say most of them. And if I'm wrong,
I'd like a specific name.
And if I'm wrong, then how would you explain logically that many of them will not go to a team and take a pay cut, will not try to get less money on the team they're on, will try to have certain guarantees and so on? Like if they all just wanted to play for the love of the game, they would all take less money, not have certain guarantee years, not have certain luxuries and all that, and just go play with the best team. Go win. Do whatever.
Yeah, but okay. So you want to generalize, right, and say that most of these guys are only playing for money and blah 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 blah, fame, women, all that, right?
Right.
But when you look at players who do take pay cuts, All right. What is the main reason why they would do that?
Because at that point, they either already have the money, they have the fame, they have all the fun, and now they just want to win. And if I'm wrong, let's say I'm wrong, you're going by exceptions to the rule. The majority of players who are rookies and playing a second year and third year and so on are not doing all that. And that's not just basketball, that's
But
other
the
sports too.
rookies and all that kind of stuff, a lot of times they're getting paid less than everybody else.
Because they have
They're
no
not
choice.
going to get paid top money.
Hold on. That's not their choice. They don't go around saying, hey guys, pay me less money. Hey, don't give me that money. Keep
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, but it's a business. And once again, we look at the resume. You are not a proven, player. You have no experience in the NBA.
Then why are all these unproven players who have no experience in the NBA getting so much money for so many years?
They're getting so much, but they're not getting as much as the max players.
That's not the point.
They're not getting max deals.
But the logic has to apply. Why are they
the
getting
logic is flawed. The logic is flawed there.
Exactly. So then you can't have these generalizations about these players. Most of them are doing it for money, fame, women, and all that. If you have some evidence, that says otherwise, I'd like to know it.
If you have evidence that shows that most of them are, I'd like to know that.
I'll show it to you again. I'll show it to you again. You're just not. I don't know if you're not paying attention. You're just dismissing everything. Most of them go there. They want to get the biggest contract available.
You're saying most of them. You're not naming anyone.
No, but because I'm saying most. You can
name someone.
No. Why do I have to
drop a name, please?
Okay.
Drop a name.
Okay, Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Yes. He had agents. He had deals outside of the NBA. He got money and he obviously, it shows money mentality. He's not enough in the NBA. He wants more outside the NBA. He's basically saying, hey, I may not even stay with the Chicago Bulls if I don't get this paid money and all that. Like, you're really going to sit there and pretend you don't know this about most players in most sports? I have to prove to you that players eat food.
He made a lot of money, but how did he make a lot of money?
You might as well say to me, where's your evidence that most players eat food? I haven't witnessed them eating food every day.
I mean, that's different. That's not even players. That's just human beings in general.
Exactly, and
you're trying to expand it to something that is not.
No, I know it's not the same thing. I'm showing you because if you're going to ignore their actions, if you're going to ignore what's documented, and you're going to ignore common sense and all that, what are you going by? Because a few people took pay cuts sometimes.
Look, there's different things that drive players, right? I can agree on that. There's different things. Some people are driven by money. Some are driven by fame. But
okay, I'm gonna play your game. I'm gonna play your game. How many stars can you name for most of their career, not the parts that you like, for most of their career, who weren't doing all these things?
Tim Duncan,
okay,
right off the top of my head.
For most of his career, he wasn't doing all these things? You got to be kidding me. Do I need to pull up his contracts?
You can pull up his contracts, but this dude was taking pay cuts.
No.
Trying to win even more.
You're not getting what I mean, but just to keep it simple, okay, we'll just go with Tim Duncan. I'm just going to make it simple for you. All right, Tim Duncan is a guy who doesn't care too much about money, fame, and women, and he took pay cuts. Okay, great. Name someone else. Keep going. How many can you name?
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant? Are you kidding me? Is this a joke? When he was older.
He took pay cuts.
When he was
he took pay cuts.
No. What do you think my argument is? That no players ever took a pay cut?
Why did he take a pay cut?
That's not my argument. And by the way, you did what I did. How come when I give you examples of what they do, you go, well, how do you know? But then when other people do certain things, you give those examples. Well, he took a pay cut. Well, what about the people who don't take pay cuts? No, I actually
named some specific names. You didn't.
No, but I never said to you no one ever takes a pay cut.
All right. So then why are you trying to
so you don't know my argument.
Centralize this point?
So you don't know my argument. Kobe Bryant, for years and years and years, wanted the most money. He wanted certain deals. He did negotiations and all that. You can't ignore that and go, he took a pay cut.
Okay, so why would you want the most money?
Well, now I got to explain to you why humans want the most money?
No, it's not even a human thing.
It's not. Well, what else is there? I don't think animals want the most money. What else is there?
If you're a player and you want the most money, you know, your reason for wanting the most money is because you feel like you're the best.
You think
You're the best player.
you think every player who tries to get the most money goes around thinking they're the best?
No, you know, things have changed since then.
It's
right?
No. Humans have not changed that
Yeah,
much. No.
things have changed since then.
No, they
it's
haven't.
not. I'm not saying humans. I'm not saying humans.
What else? What are you talking about?
No,
The
you're trying to
animals?
make it way more broad.
No. I'm actually being very specific. It's humans are not going to change in like 10, 20 years. It's the same people when Magic Johnson had that large contract for like, I don't know, 21 years for $1 million a year. Yeah, you could say, look, bro, $1 million is nothing today. But it's the same mentality. More years, more money. And Magic Johnson is a team guy. He's not someone who's like, oh, I need to be like, have all the attention. He's a team guy, and he got all those years and all that money.
Yeah, but this guy was winning. This guy was putting up MVP.
How is he going to win all those years when he's not playing in the NBA? He got like 20 years or something.
What do you mean?
All right. Anyway, all right. Should we go to the next of what you wrote online?
All right.
Let's see here. Or, I mean, I want to be fair to you. If you want, I can explain the Magic Johnson thing. I hope you can let it go, but if you want, I'll explain it. Do you want me to go to what you wrote, the Magic Johnson thing, or what?
Go to the next thing I wrote.
Okay. Because Jerry West is a loser. He had Wilt Chamberlain and Elgin Baylor for 3 years and couldn't win a thing. Now, many problems here. I'll just keep it simple. There's just so many problems here. I'll give you 2 points. One, why is 3 years your number for that's enough? And two, why do you assume in those 3 years the players were the same? Elgin Baylor was not the same player in all those 3 years. And neither was Wilt Chamberlain, by the way.
All right. Michael Jordan wasn't the same player in the 3 years that he three-peated.
Wait, no, hold on. No, we're not talking about, like, no one is 100% the same. No one is the same every year. There's a difference between Michael Jordan, who's healthy and in his prime, versus Elgin Baylor, who's older and has injuries, versus Wilt Chamberlain, who's older and sacrifices game. You're just listing names and going, look, he had these guys. Like it's a
Elgin Baylor was not injured for all 3 seasons.
I didn't say.
And I'm talking about 3 healthy years. He had 3 healthy years with them.
I didn't say he was injured for all 3 years. You're just assuming that these are names, like it's a video game. Look, he had this guy, he had that guy. Why didn't he win? Just because you have 2 players who are star players who have great names, well-known names, doesn't mean you're going to win. They could be older, they could be sacrificing their game, they could have health problems, and so on. And again, why are you going by 3 years as if that's the end-all, be-all? Michael Jordan had 7 years.
Because that's how long he had them. That's how long he had him. That's how long he had them.
No, but how does it? Okay.
He had them for 3 years. That's the fact.
Are you just like dismissing everything I say? Like, are you listening to anything I say? Again.
I'm listening, but you're saying.
Let's try this again.
Why is it 3 years? Because it was 3 years.
No, hold on. But why does that mean blame him? Why is 3 years your criteria? What if he had 6 years or 7 years like Michael Jordan, and then he would have won? And why are you assuming Elgin Baylor and Wilt Chamberlain are the same level? I know Elgin Baylor and Wilt Chamberlain were older. Elgin Baylor did start to have injuries, and Wilt Chamberlain sacrificed his game. And why are you acting like if there's 3 great players, you're supposed to win a ring? Like you can have a super team and not win a ring.
Yeah, but that has to do with how the team is operating together.
Okay, so then why do you blame Jerry West?
Can't operate. Because if he can't operate with that kind of talent and still figured out, he's got way more help than he's ever had before.
Then how did the other team win? How did the other team win? Maybe the team was better. Maybe they had a better coach. Maybe they had a better schedule.
They weren't always better. They weren't always better.
How do you Michael Jordan?
They weren't always better.
How do you Michael Jordan fans do this?
Jerry West said it himself. There were 2 seasons, especially the last season.
So now you count on what Jerry West says. So now you count on what Jerry West says.
1969?
You go by Jerry West's takes when you want to go by them.
But the data supports it. Okay, so the data supports what he said.
So there's no what are you talking about? There is no data.
If Jerry West says
the data supports
oh
it.
yeah,
what are you talking about?
I feel like because look at the team. All right, he said we were the better team. We shouldn't have lost.
Do you expect me to believe you watched every game that season of those Lakers for those 3 years?
No.
So how do you know what happened?
I'm going off of this is what Jerry West said. All right.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You said no. This whole point is what Jerry West said, right?
Well, that wasn't the whole point.
So Jerry West said this.
No, that wasn't the whole point. That happened when you started saying what Jerry West said. How does Jerry West saying something mean you're right about all this?
Because the data supports what he said.
No, it doesn't.
As well.
That's what you say. You say the data supports this.
That's what he said.
And why are you depending on Jerry West? According to you, you should not be depending on Jerry West. Now, you're going to say because the data supports this. We're going to go in a circle. There is no data that supports this. And you're again ignoring all the other points.
Yes, there is. And every time I try to explain it, you cut me off.
No, it's not.
So basically,
first of all,
in 1969,
you've interrupted me plenty of times. I'm not complaining about it. But when you say every time I explain it, I cut you off. No, because once you say something questionable, let's wait. Let's go one at a time. I'm asking you, if he had 3 years, why are those 3 years enough for you? What if he needed more years? Like you said, new players, maybe a new system, maybe they weren't bought into a thing or whatever. What if Michael Jordan played 3 years? Would you then say, well, he had 3 years? That doesn't make any sense. And then also, Elgin Baylor and Wilt Chamberlain were older. And also, Elgin Baylor had health problems. And also, Wilt Chamberlain sacrificed his game. And also, the other teams might have been better. I could give you a million more examples of what may have happened.
All right,
but you ignore all this and go,
look at the variables.
Jerry West said this, and the data proves it.
So Jerry West had already been to the finals. I don't know how many times before that. Before he had them both.
Unbelievable. So what does that have to do with Wilt Chamberlain and Baylor?
What do you mean? What does that have to do with it?
If the topic is Jerry
now
West,
he's got top talent.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're going to win. Are you saying anyone with the best talent?
I know it doesn't mean that you're going to win. I know it doesn't mean that.
But
so when he started playing with them, he still couldn't put it together.
How do you know this? How do you know what did he do that was so bad?
Because they didn't.
Let me ask you this. Why do you blame him? Why don't you blame Elgin Baylor or Wilt Chamberlain or Gail Goodrich or someone else? What does he get the blame?
He doesn't get it all by himself. Wilt Chamberlain gets the blame too. So does Elgin Baylor. They're all losers. All three of them are losers.
So if they're all losers, why did this whole thing start with Jerry West? They're all losers. It's a team game. If you said to me the team didn't win, I would accept that. That's the only data you got. The team did not win. But what you do is you play both sides like Michael Jordan fans. You go, it's a team game, but it's this guy. And then you go, well, they're all losers. You can't even make up your mind on your own point.
They are all losers.
Okay,
but the whole point is now it's three losers joining up together, and they're still losers.
No, those were the only three guys on a team?
No, they're not the only three guys, but they're losing with all the other guys.
Right. So then,
these are the main guys, the best guys.
So then keep it simple. Say the team lost. Don't say things like Jerry West had a fear. That's not good. He didn't do what it takes. He has a mental problem. That doesn't make any sense. That's a silly, ridiculous, disrespectful, uneducated thing to say. Those things. So there's these three guys, but there could be a million reasons why they didn't win,
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but you have to think about these are like top caliber players. These are like high caliber players that are, well respected throughout the league, and they're all on the same team. They should be, as esteemed as they are, they should be able, with their basketball knowledge and IQ, they should be able, all on the same team, to join together, use all of their knowledge, and find something that works towards winning.
Three guys are going to make a team win?
They're going to be the main catalyst,
But they might be sacrificing their game. They might have health problems. They might be older, and so on. And what about the teams they're playing? They also have great players,
Yeah, which also have the same factors. They might be sacrificing. They might be older. They might have health problems.
Right, or they may not have those things. They may not be sacrificing. They may not have health problems. They may not be older, and so on.
Yeah,
you're simplifying all this.
Applies to them.
You're simplifying all this. So you're saying here are these three guys as if they're the same guys in the same situation, and so on. I mean, why not just make it seem like maybe other factors came to play, like maybe the other team was just better?
I mean, it's easy to just say the other team was better, but Jerry West didn't even say the other team was better.
So now we're going to go back to what Jerry West says.
In 1969, he said he knows that his team was the better team.
No, wait,
that they should not have lost.
Wait, that's 1969. How do you explain the other years? They didn't just play in 1969.
No, they didn't. But that's him. He's saying from his own mouth.
And if you're going to go by what he said, you're again picking and choosing when to go by what he said. And I don't think him saying that should equal all the conclusions you came up with. I don't think he would agree with you on all the conclusions you came up with. And what about what?
But look at it.
What about what other people say? What about what actually happened, and so on?
But when you look at what Jerry West was saying, the data supports what he's saying. When he says they were not the better team, he goes on to say that the Celtics in 1969 were a fourth seed. You know, the fourth seed of the East.
What data proves that his team was better than the other team?
I just told you. He said that the Celtics were the fourth seed.
That's not data. No, that's not data. That's Jerry West telling you.
That
something.
is. We look at the team record.
Jerry, okay, so
they were a 48 and 34 win.
So you're going by records.
Record.
So you're going by records. So it's not just what Jerry West said. You're going by records. So are you saying any team?
So they both. Coincide with each other.
Are you saying any team that has a better record than the other team, therefore should win? You can't figure out why one team would have a better record than the other team and lose?
Yes, I can. You know, we can look at the data and we can analyze and we can go deep into it and see what happened.
And you expect me to believe that for all these finals that Jerry West was in, for all these playoffs in general, regular seasons in general and all that, you analyzed all the data and figured out a way to figure it out? And then you figured it out?
I analyzed, the teams. I analyzed their records. I analyzed the statistics.
No, you didn't.
And then I analyzed.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
And I analyzed what they say about it.
You know what you did? You went by some things, and you went by what some people said, and you went by the parts that you thought were more important, and you came to your conclusions. That's what you did. There is no way you analyzed
I never go off of what I think is more important. I go off of what the data is telling.
Because you know how I know this? Because there is no way you could have figured all that out for all these years. There's no way you could have done it. It is not possible.
Why not?
Because there's no way. There is no evidence. There is no information that'll show you, here's the magic door that shows you everything. You're going by whatever you believe in your mind.
Do you know how many notebooks I have that are full of information I've been writing down?
Even if you had enough notebooks to get to Michael Jordan's house, there's no information that's going to prove anything. There's no way to analyze it. You weren't there.
Information is meaningless.
No, I didn't say this. These are your words.
That's basically what you're saying.
No, I'm not.
It can't be analyzed. Data can't be analyzed.
You're taking it the wrong way. You're taking. I'm not saying information.
You told me.
Well, I'm trying to explain to you.
That data can't be analyzed.
I'm not saying data cannot be analyzed. I'm saying there is no data available for you to do what you did. You weren't there. All the games are not on tape. Even if you watched every game on tape, you don't know all the details of what's going on, and so on. You're going by whatever you like.
No, I'm not. If we go off of what Jerry West said, I didn't say this. This is what Jerry said.
You keep going back to what Jerry West said. Is this the end-all, be-all for everything? Jerry West says lots of things. I'm just saying.
All right, but when we look at the data, it supports what he said.
This is you just say you.
Was the Celtics a fourth seed in '69? Yes, they were.
We're going to go in a circle.
They were the fourth seed.
We're going to go in a circle. Are you going to say to me that you can't figure out why a team with a less better record could beat another team? You can't figure that out? What could possibly happen all those years?
Yeah. So we've got some head cases. We got some head cases on that team.
No, it could
Elgin Baylor, Will Chamberlain, and Jerry West.
It could be a number of factors. For example, let's go to a guy like Michael Jordan. Let's go to a guy you like. Michael Jordan came back in the playoffs to score 63 points. Most of the season he wasn't there. Do you see the difference in the team? He wasn't there. They had a certain record. Now he came back. Now they're going to be a different team. You can't just simplify everything and go, here's their wins and losses. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I'm not going off of that. All right.
Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was injured. That hurts the team. Magic Johnson does
Yeah, it
certain
does.
things and they win. But you don't go by wins
Yeah.
and losses and then say, well, this is a team with wins and losses. There's a lot of factors that come into a team game. A lot of factors. You are doing what most Michael Jordan fans do. You treat it like a video game. Like, let me simulate the season and see if I take out this guy and replace him with this guy, what happens? I'm going to simulate it, and that's all there is to it. There's just too many details for you to know what happened.
You have to look at all the details and see how they
And
all
you didn't do
align
and you
with
didn't
each
do
other.
that. Did you watch every game?
No, I didn't watch every game.
So then that's a big part of it, watching the games, don't you think? Because you're not a statistics guy. You're the guy who told me about, I know you didn't say these exact words. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just summarizing then. You were the guy who kind of dismissed a lot of statistics when it comes to how good a player is. So you're a guy who wants to go by more than statistics. So if you're not watching the game and you're not as into statistics, what are you going by? Wins and losses? What Jerry West said?
Yeah, he was there. I wasn't there,
Okay, so
but he was.
Okay, so then
I'm going off of the guy who was actually there.
If that's the logic, he was there. If that's your logic, don't you understand in most of your arguments, not just Jerry West, it could be Wilt Chamberlain, Elgin Baylor, whatever, there were a lot of people there who would never agree with your takes. Do you understand that?
Who?
No, but bro, instead of me giving you examples, do you understand not everyone is going to agree with you? I'm hoping you know there's most people are not saying the things you say. Have you heard most NBA players, general managers, owners, coaches saying the things you say?
No.
Okay.
But they don't have to say the things I say.
Okay, so then...
But you think of it this way, right?
Hold on. Let me follow-
every owner, every general manager winning championships consistently.
Well,
no, they're not.
Hold on. Let me follow up to what you said earlier. They don't have to say what you say. And then you go by what people say.
They don't have to say what I say.
Right. And then
All right.
you're the one that going by what they say.
But you have to have data that supports what they say.
We're going in a circle. There is no data. It does not exist.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not an
which is
opinion. It does not.
even an
If
opinion.
the data
It's just
exists,
you have no data.
No, if the data, I do have data. If the data exists, I'd be on your side. I'd be agreeing with you. There is no data. You are making the classic mistake of doing what many humans do. You go by whatever you believe, whatever you conclude. You act like you're factual and you got it all figured out. There is no data that proves any of this. There's a million reasons why a team can win and lose, why they have a better record or a worse record.
Okay, there's no data that proves anything, right?
See, again, you're just taking it the way you want to take it. I didn't say that.
That's literally what
I
you
didn't
said.
say that. That's not really what I said. No.
You said there's no data that
I didn't
proves
say that there's no data that can prove anything. I'm talking about in this case, when it comes to your conclusions, there is no data that proves all this. It's you saying there's
And
data.
you don't know that.
No, I do.
don't know that.
There is no data. What? And you know how else I know this?
Okay.
Not only do I know this because I've done the research, I'm also using common sense. What data can there possibly be?
There's a lot of data.
Okay, give it to me. I'm open-minded. What do you got?
Think of it this way,
What
right?
do you got? Just give me the data. What do you got? I'm open-minded.
If I was gonna solve a murder, all right,
No.
I'm going to look at data. I'm going to look at the evidence. I'm going to look at the clues. I'm going to look at.
Right. And
I'm going to find DNA and all this stuff.
that's called evidence, proof,
Yes,
facts.
it's called evidence.
Facts.
It's called proof. It's called facts.
Yeah, but
right?
there is no
And
fact.
that's-
There is no fact to prove a lot of your takes. If there was a fact,
There's no fact to prove that Jerry West was a head case.
No. Well, first of all, we're not debating the whole time if Jerry West was a head case. Secondly, if Jerry West is a head case, that doesn't mean he can't be a great player. You could be a nice guy, a jerk, a passive-aggressive guy, whatever, and you can be a great player, an average player, a below-average player, or whatever. That doesn't prove anything. This is, again, you coming up with something and you come to your conclusion. Let's say Jerry West was a head case or he was not a head case. How does that prove that he is what you say he is then? It doesn't. You just believe it does. Stop going by your beliefs. Now, if you have proof, like you said, investigating a murder, that's what the example you brought up, show me the proof. Proof does not mean what Jerry West said or what the wins and losses were. Proof means I'm going to prove all this.
Let me
One last thing. If you had the proof, If what you said was true, you have the facts, you have the details, it would be scientific evidence that you could easily prove in a few seconds or a few minutes. You could just say, go online, here it is. Like the earth is round. There it is. Here's pictures of the earth. There it is. Here's videos of the earth. There it is, and so on. There is no proof of any of this, most of this.
Okay.
All right.
I'll shut that down really quick. So, have you ever heard of a profiler?
That sounds familiar, but I'm not sure what you mean in this case.
All right. So, in murder investigations, things of that nature, right? A lot of times they bring in a profiler, someone who can, think of a profile for whoever the person is that may have committed the murder based off of how the murders are committed and things like that.
All right. This is going to get interesting.
So,
all right. Where are we going with this?
So they look at, certain things like if they see this person has a pattern, they recognize the pattern in the way that they're doing these killings, say for like a serial killer, right? So they recognize a pattern and they say, they always like to do this, to their victims.
I got you. Okay.
And then they start determining mentally what kind of person that person is.
Right.
All right.
Okay. Fair enough. So far, so good. So far, so good.
That they've collected, over years and years of researching it. Right. So now they have all this data.
I wouldn't call all this data, but okay, go ahead.
Then they start developing a profile, that fits that specific person, and then they can help police find the killer because they go, all right, so it is likely this guy, probably works in this kind of job,
right.
It's was like, what? He does? How do you know that? Well, because of his profile, and he would, because of the nature of these murders and stuff, this is a kind of guy who would want to lay low. He would want to do an under the radar type of job, where people don't pay attention to him that much, and then it leads police to find, they start searching for jobs in the area of that kind of description. And that gets them closer and closer, once they narrow it down who that person is, then they have a much, smaller list of suspects.
Sure.
And so it's like you go off of the mental. You can go off of the mental based off of what you've seen, based off of the data, based off of what they did, their actions.
So if the data is that obvious, why are there hardly anyone else out there saying what you're saying about Jerry West's mental sickness? He had a fear of losing. That's why he lost. He couldn't handle it and all that. You're one of the few people I've ever heard say this. Are you some kind of expert in the police department that knows something that no one else knows?
I wouldn't say I'm an expert in the police department. I'm not, but I'm saying, this is just, what I'm good at doing.
Did you ever think, because I'm asking you a logical question, did you ever think that maybe you're wrong?
No.
Of course not. And that's the problem right there. Your mind is made up and you cannot let yourself, or you're not able to understand how you are wrong. You laid out this picture of profiling, data collecting, evidence and all that as if you're saying, look, you can put the pieces together, and then you go, that's how I did it. But you haven't done it. You just believe you have. You're claiming you have with no proof then.
I mean, you could say that, but when I look at the data supports everything that I'm saying.
I asked the logical question. If you're saying you've done it and you're legit on this, why is there hardly anyone out there who has all the conclusions you have? Why don't they have all the takes that you have?
I don't know if they do or not. I don't know everybody personally.
Let me ask you, I hope you're going to be honest with me. How many people who you consider an expert, I don't even care who you think is an expert, you can make it up, guy on TV, guy on the radio, guy who worked in the NBA, whatever. How many experts can you think of that had all your conclusions? Don't give me some examples of 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever. I mean all your conclusions.
I don't know of any experts that have those conclusions.
Exactly. So I'm asking you a logical, I appreciate you being honest like this. So I'm trying to get you to, now I'm trying to profile you and get you to go by the data and get you to go by all the evidence and all that. How do you explain logically that you supposedly have it figured out and you don't know anyone else who has it figured out?
Because I've done this multiple times.
Okay, so you're the only guy who's done this?
I make videos. I make YouTube videos.
There's people who make videos that the earth is flat. That proves nothing.
Yeah, but I make YouTube videos and I find facts and I find data that nobody discusses, that I haven't heard anyone talk
I can
about.
assure you, there's a million people out there who will be similar to you, elevating Michael Jordan, tearing down Jerry West, going by rings and all that. But even they don't have all your takes. Now, they have a lot of your takes. I don't want to act like you're different from all the other Michael Jordan fans completely. No, a lot of Michael Jordan fans have your takes, but they don't have all your takes. So I'm asking you again to think logically. You truly believe you're the only person who did this research and then you just know something that they don't know? Like, can't you just acknowledge maybe you're wrong then?
If I'm looking around and I don't see that information, and I see that I'm the only one who's produced it, you know, unless I find something that proves me wrong,
no,
I have to go with that. I have to say I'm the only one who's done it.
You're not going to accept it.
I find someone else.
I don't think you, in our whole debate, I don't think you've changed. I don't think you thought you were wrong in anything. I don't think you changed your mind in anything. You're one of those people, you cannot let yourself understand, or you're not able to understand how any of your takes are questionable. I have tried to go into detail, frustratingly, sometimes getting emotional and all that, and you just dismiss and downplay, duck and dodge.
Yeah, because I've dug way deeper. You know, I've all this stuff you're talking about is stuff I've already covered.
Have you seen my page? I literally play interview after interview after interview of Hall of Famers. If anyone's done more research, it's me. I've gone by what you go by, quotes and what people think and what people say and all that. Well, same thing. I've showed videos after videos after videos after videos. Who are all these people that play in the NBA, are All-Stars, Hall of Famers, and so on, that they can't figure it out? They didn't do the research. They were there. They played there. Most of the Boston Celtics, the New York Knicks, the Los Angeles Lakers, and all that, they don't have your takes. They were there.
Yeah, but you have to think about it. Just because you were there, right? And just because you did something doesn't mean you know exactly what you did.
That's true.
You know?
That's true. I agree. We have an agreement. But that doesn't mean just because you believe something and you claim it's true doesn't mean you're right or you know better than them. You've said a lot of questionable things about a lot of people. And I've tried to ask for proof, and you explain things, and in your mind you think you've proven something. You haven't proven anything. I've tried to show you how you're not factually right, how you're not being consistent, how you're going by whatever you like, and so on, and you're not able to take it all in, or you don't want to take it all in.
All right, so basically the thing about data that has already happened, the history that's been recorded, right? The great thing about it is you can look at it and you can analyze it, all right? And you can say, Jerry West, he's 1 for 9 in the finals.
No, he's not.
All right?
He's not 1 for 9.
Oh, he's not?
No.
What is
he? He doesn't have
1 for 10?
He has no wins and losses. This is you saying that. It's not a one-on-one game.
I know, but if we're contributing that to him, and not just his teammates too, right? His teammates too.
Who's we?
But who has that record? I want to say who has a record of 1 and 9.
You can say whatever you want. It doesn't make it true. He doesn't have a wins and losses.
Jerry West has a 1 and 9 record.
No, he doesn't.
If we look around, there's no teammate.
What's Michael Jordan's?
There's no teammate that played with him that has that same record.
Watch this. What's Michael Jordan's record?
6-0.
So he only played 6 years?
No, in the finals. It's a finals record.
So why don't you have a third round record, or a second round record, or a first round record?
I have all of those.
No,
I've written all of them down.
By the way, how would you even have a record in the finals if your team is not good enough to get to the finals? By your logic, it's better not to get to the finals, because what if you lose and then guys like you who are experts and who make YouTube videos are going to say this is your win-loss record. So it's actually better not to get to the finals. And actually, suppose you were undefeated. Suppose you were 7-0. And then you were like, okay, if I go to the finals one more time, I might actually lose. Now I won't be undefeated. So it's better not to go to the finals. That doesn't make any sense. You're isolating the fourth round, the NBA Finals, and going, voila, here's the records. It's not the fourth round of the NBA Finals.
No, you have to look at the record in all the rounds. Yeah,
well, then
I've already done that.
What's Michael Jordan's record again?
In the finals, it's 6-0.
Again, you just ignored everything I said and went back to the finals. You see, you either are not able to take in the information or you don't want to take in the information. How do you lose?
What do you want to say for final series?
How do you win?
For total final series, he's 30-7.
How do you win and lose if your team is not good enough to get to the finals in the first place?
What do you mean? How do you win and lose in the championship?
If you're going by wins and losses, how do you win? How do you lose in the end? Like, if your team is not good enough to get to the NBA Finals, how can you even have a record? Then?
Yeah, you can't. You can't.
So then, why can't you? Actually, let's go step by step. Why can't you have a record? Why?
Why can't you have a record in the finals? Because you never got there.
Okay, and why didn't you get there?
Because you weren't good enough to get there.
Okay, so that's the only reason? There's no other possible reason?
That's the simplest explanation.
Well, first of all, I thought you were against simplicity. You wanted context. You want to go into details. You want to get the information on that. But that's not the simplest explanation, by the way. Do you need me to list you reasons why teams lose? I thought you would know this since you're such an expert and you make
there's
YouTube
plenty
videos.
of reasons why teams lose, and they met a bunch of those factors.
So why would you simplify and go, the team, or you're not good enough? There's a million reasons. You didn't say team. I think you said the player's not good enough.
No, the team. The team isn't good enough.
Okay, so okay, I'm down with that. So the team is not good. I'm down with that. I actually don't mind if you want to keep it simple like that. I think there's more to it, but that's fine.
That's the simplest explanation. The team just wasn't good enough.
Right. So then, listen to your logic. You're not good enough to get to the finals because of your team. Now you're in the finals.
Because of everyone on the team, the entire team as a whole.
Fine. You're not good enough to get there because of your team. That's what I'm saying. And then when you get to the finals, it's no longer a team thing. It's an individual. He has wins and losses then. Are you listening to your logic?
No, because look, you're trying to paint my logic in a different way.
No, I'm going by your logic.
No, you're not. Because if you go, let's say I go to the finals, right? I go to the finals. I'm the best player on my team. I lead my team to the finals. I lose. Okay? That's one instance. That's one case.
Did you understand the year is not the same every year? You're looking at it like a video game. It's not the same every year. You can't just go.
I know that.
You can't just say, well, you say you know that, but then you go, why did he lose so many times? There's a pattern. We have to figure it out. We have to go, all that. Like, it's not the same.
Because you have to look. You have to look at everything.
No, it's not.
You have to look at all of the data.
But you're
not looking at all of it.
But you're not doing that because there is no way
to look at the entire regular season. Look at the regular season record.
You're not doing that.
Look at the record in the playoffs. Look at the teams you're facing. Look at their records.
You're not doing that because you're putting it on a guy.
That's what I'm doing.
No, but
that's totally what I'm doing.
Then you wouldn't put it on a guy for winning and losing. It doesn't make any sense.
If I'm looking at them constantly getting there, and it's the same common denominator every time.
It's not the same common denominator. Why do you keep, again, we're going in a circle. It's not the same thing every year. If it was 100% the same every year, then you can say what's going on. But when it's clearly not the same every year, you're not the same person last year or 10 years ago or 14 years ago. You don't have the same teammates, the same opponents, the same coaches, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then you go, common denominator, wins and losses. It doesn't make any sense. It's not logical.
It does make sense because, look, let's say you're a team that scores 100 points a game, okay? And we're going to really simplify this, right? And each player on the team scores 20 points a game. It's just the starting five scores 20 points a game. So that's 100 points a game. Everyone equally scores 20 points, all right? And then you get to the finals, and then you lose, all right? Who do you blame?
No, of course.
We can't really blame one specific guy. We can't even call anyone out.
But then you're doing that. You're going by wins and losses.
I'm going off of who is the leader, who is the best player, who is the one who's relied on the most.
No, you just said right now you can't blame one guy, and then you go blaming one guy. You're not even consistent with your own take.
There is consistency, but you're basically trying to jumble them together.
No.
They're not the same.
No, hold on. I'm jumbling all together, and you agreed with me that it's a team game and many factors happen. You're agreeing with me, and then you're jumbling it all together. Are you going to go by everything, or you're not going to go by everything? You're acting like you understand a lot of things are factors, and then you go to putting it on a guy.
Yeah, so if you're looking at the pattern, it's pattern recognition, all right? We've got to be able to look at the pattern that keeps happening. You know, if if we keep seeing, that this girl, she keeps having bruises and bumps on her eye, and she has a husband who's always seemingly pretty angry, I think we could start drawing the conclusion. Maybe he's doing something.
You have an evidence that can tie it in, and you're saying, look, you keep giving me examples of other areas outside of basketball as if I don't get what you're doing. I get what you're doing. What you don't understand is you're not actually doing that. You're just saying I have information to tie it in. You don't have anything. Like when you say Jerry West kept losing, no, he didn't. It's his team that kept losing. When you say Michael Jordan won, Michael Jordan didn't win.
He's the one they depend on.
When you say Michael Jordan won, no, he didn't win. His team won.
The majority of the time, who are they relying on the most?
There's no. First of all, that's a bad argument because there's a lot of teams out there. There's a lot of teams out there where it's not clear cut who's the number one guy and two guy. If we listen to people like you, you're not going to even know who's the number one and two guy, and then we're going to have a new problem, which is they can't rank as high because we don't know if they're number one or number two. I've seen you guys do this where you go, well, he wasn't the star. Well, you know what? He had this guy. You know what? He wasn't doing as much and all that. You guys play this weird game where you come up with your own thing of who's the number one guy, and then when they're the number one guy, this is when you elevate them, and this is when you blame them, and so on. It is not that simple. It is, honestly, bro, even anyone who doesn't know basic things about basketball, anyone who knows it's a team game will know a guy doesn't win and lose by himself. That's not just basketball, that's baseball, football, or whatever. But you guys do this strange thing of going, a guy wins and loses, and then you guys go, I know it's a team game, and then you guys go, I know other factors come into play, and then you guys go, we're going to put it on a guy. It's a weird thing that only you guys do. No one else does this,
All right, so when you're looking at if we're talking about a guy who's most relied upon to score, right? To be the one who's leading the team and helping the team win. All right. It's like that kind of thing holds value. It holds weight, right?
Not to the level you put it to. It holds value for certain things, not to put it on them for winning and losing. Michael Jordan wins, Michael Jordan loses. He's the same guy. Magic Johnson wins, Magic Johnson loses. He's the same guy. Jerry West won, Jerry West loses. He's the same guy, and so on. It is.
But all right, but if we take it to politics, right? If we take it to politics, just an example, right?
All right.
People start saying, "Oh, yeah, the country's in shambles." Who do they blame?
Let me ask you a question. So how many times have you heard people say the economy is good because of the president?
I've heard that too.
And how many times have you heard people say the economy is bad because of the president?
I've heard that.
And how many times have you heard people say the economy is not really based on what the president does?
You don't hear it too often, but I'm sure there's people who think that way as well.
Yeah, and so on, right? And I'm sure there's probably more things that people say about this kind of topic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the point about going by what people say then?
So, if you go up, the natural thing to do in most of these situations is you go to the top. You start at the top. You start with the leadership.
Natural for who? Because there's a lot of examples.
Natural natural in the real world.
For some people, on some cases. And there's a lot of people out there in sports and outside of sports, when things are going good, bad, in the middle, or whatever, they put it on a guy, they don't put it on a guy. Sometimes they're right to do it, sometimes they're wrong. It is not that simple.
Yeah, I mean,
it depends.
There's nuances to it. Yeah, it depends.
Sometimes it's simple, sometimes it's not. But in basketball, it is very simple. One guy, no matter how you play, is not going to win and lose. It's a team game. This is one of the most basic things about any team sport. If you ask guys who are not that into sports, women who are not that into sports, kids who are not that into sports and all that, if they know what a team game is, they'll know a person is not going to win or lose by themselves.
Yeah. But a person is highly more likely to win if they possess certain traits.
No, then why didn't Michael Jordan win every year? Because according to you, he's the number one NBA player of all time.
Yeah, but like I said, there's a learning curve.
But how do you know?
There's a learning curve.
But listen, look at his numbers. Look at how many awards he won. Look at how popular he was. And all.
Look at Will Chamberlain's numbers.
Exactly.
Look at how many awards he won.
That's
He was still losing.
That's helping my point. It's not that he's still losing. It's because he cannot win by himself. Michael Jordan cannot win by himself. Will Chamberlain didn't lose by himself. Michael Jordan didn't lose by himself. You're just concluding these things that way. You're going, look, the reason that there's a space is cold is because there's an invisible elephant. Well, where's the proof? No, it's an invisible elephant. You're not getting, there is no proof of this. Michael Jordan is the same guy. Will Chamberlain's the same guy. Jerry West is the same guy, and so on. Now, are they the same? Are they the
Michael
same?
Jordan, you're saying there's no learning curve. He didn't learn anything. He didn't improve anything.
I'm saying in this case, when you say that guy for all those years lost because he didn't pass this learning curve, that's you saying that. You're guessing things. You can't have those numbers played and have those awards and get that popular and all that, and then you can't figure out how to win. What is he supposed to figure out? You're acting like there's a lock on a door and he has to figure out how to jimmy it open. You're playing basketball.
Those are the facts.
You're playing
those are the facts.
You're playing basketball. What do you have to figure
basketball
out?
Is a game of the mind. It's not. You think it's just athletics. Whoever runs fast, jumps highest, wins.
Every sport is a game of the mind and other things. In basketball, when he's playing for so many years and he's a professional player, and some consider him the best player in the league and all that, you can't just be like, okay, I'm going to ignore all that. He didn't learn how to win a ring. And how do you learn to win a ring? You don't learn to win a ring. It's a team game. You have to have good health. You have to have good coaching and so on. Actually, sometimes you don't even need those things and you can still win. There's no learning curve to win.
So winning, you said there's no learning curve.
I got to correct myself. Right? I was worried you might say that. When I say no learning curve, I don't mean that literally. Obviously, you can learn things like, hey, okay, sleep on, eat properly, be a good leader, be a good team player and all. Yeah, but in the way you're analyzing about Michael Jordan, Jerry West, Magic Johnson, or whoever, you're just coming up with this thing, well, here's what happened, and I'm going by the data. Like, there's no proof of this. How do you know all this?
Because you put 2 and 2 together.
There is no 2 and 2.
This
is you saying that. There is no 2 and 2.
I told you the same thing with profilers. It's like I'm doing the same thing. No,
you're not doing this. No, you're not. You think you are. You're not. If you were, I'd be on your side. Most people would be on your side. Actually, I take that back. Most people on a lot of your takes are on your side. But I mean, most of the experts will be on your side. Michael Jordan, Jerry West, Magic Johnson, all these guys will tell you there's no winning and losing by yourself.
I never said that you win and lose by yourself.
Yes, you're basically saying those things. Talk about investigations.
What?
If I was doing an investigation on you, based on your takes, based on your reactions, based on your the way you deny certain things you don't know and all that, you are definitely fitting a pattern of somebody who's putting it on a guy.
All right, so I have data. All right. And we can, I have Kareem, Magic, LeBron, Larry Bird, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe, Tim Duncan, Will Chamberlain, Bill Russell, and Michael Jordan. These are the names that are usually considered top 10 players or mentioned when we're talking about, all-time greats in the top 10.
Well, we already have a problem. We already have a problem here. Who are the people bringing up these names? Like, if there's a kid in Pakistan who told you these are a top 11 greatest NBA players of all time, whatever the number is, how do you know he's an expert?
I mean, yeah, this is based off of the media, right? This is based off of the media.
And most of them are Michael Jordan fans?
Well, these are the names that usually come up, right?
I don't even know if that's true, by the way, but some of these names come up, yeah. I don't know if those are usually the names. I think there's some other people maybe that come up, but it doesn't matter because why are we going by what some people think, especially since they're Michael Jordan fans?
Yeah, we're not, right? We're not. So I'm going off of the data, right? So I'm looking at these players. I'm looking at the percentage of points that they score for their team as an individual.
Okay, so then that would mean how important they are for their team. That doesn't mean but that doesn't mean they're better than someone else on another team.
I mean, you could say that. but the data doesn't support that.
Well, of course it does, because the teams are not the same. I'll listen to your data, but I already know right away, before you even tell me anything else, there is no data that's going to say this guy is more important than that guy, because they don't have the same teams. You can't compare players. Also, they're different positions. They played in different years. You can't, and so on. You can't compare John Stockton to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It doesn't make any sense then.
I mean, we're looking at the winning, right? John Stockton never won. We don't need to even compare them.
So what do you think I'm going to say? I think you know by now. What do you think I'm going to say next when you say the winning?
Bill Russell?
No. When you said the winning, you don't know what I'm going to say next?
What?
A guy doesn't win and lose by himself.
Yeah, but we're comparing winners. We're comparing people who won.
No, again,
we're not comparing people who lost.
Listen. A guy doesn't win and lose by himself. So you can't ignore that and go, well, we're comparing winners, not the losers. A guy doesn't win and lose by himself.
Yeah, but if we look at the data, Michael Jordan, he scored 29% of his team's points.
Are you talking?
Right?
But I'm just curious. Are these when they were winning or when?
Yeah, when they were winning, right?
Okay, so then we're not going to count the years he lost?
Oh, we can look at that too. I have the data on that.
Okay.
All right.
But what's the point?
So
what's the point? What's the point by going by how many points?
Because if we look at the data based off of when he was losing, he was scoring a higher percentage of his team's points.
So then what if what if we find players who scored a higher percentage of points and won? What does that mean?
Nobody scored a higher percentage of points than Michael Jordan and won.
Okay, so then what if they scored the second most? Then what?
We can look at that. I just had it.
And by the way, when you say no one did it, I don't know if that's true, but let's just say you're right.
It's
Again,
true.
I learned a long time ago, when there's something a Michael Jordan fan says that I don't know if it's true or not to rely on them, But let's just say you're right. Let's say Michael Jordan did it the most. That doesn't prove you're right anyway, because maybe when other people scored more points and didn't win, maybe there was one or more reasons.
Yeah, but I've already looked at all these different reasons, all these different factors.
You expect me to believe that? Are you kidding me? You went by all the people who scored and didn't win. You figured out what criteria to go by. You came to a conclusion that was true and all that?
I mean, it's an ongoing thing, right? Like it's research that continues to keep happening, but the more I research it, the more it keeps pointing to the same person.
That's what you believe. That's the problem, man. You are going by a lot of guesses, beliefs.
I'm going off of data. I'm not going off of media. I'm just going off of data. What I've researched.
There's no way you could have done it, and even if you found a way, there's no practical way to play all those games. There's no way you could know what to go by, and all that. There's just no way to do it.
Why not?
Because there's no way. It's a team game. Again, let's say a guy scored more points than Michael Jordan, and then he's on a team that lost. That doesn't mean that scoring more points is bad. You could, at least in theory, I hope you agree with this, you could, in theory, score more points than Michael Jordan and win a ring. It could happen.
All right. So okay. LeBron James, he scored 31 for his first ring. He scored 31% of his team's points during the regular season by himself, right? That's by himself. That's what he did.
What does this
right?
prove? What does that prove?
Okay, that's higher than Michael Jordan, what he did his first year.
And why does that matter?
All right?
Why does that matter?
Okay, so now we got to analyze, both of these guys and who they had and all of those things between them. The relating factors, what's common and what's uncommon.
All right, let's say you actually had a criteria that you knew was factually good, and you had a way to analyze everything, and then you came up with the conclusion that was good and all that. Let's say you even did all that. I still want to know something. Isn't it possible for someone to score more points than Michael Jordan and win a ring?
More points in a game?
Whatever. Remember you said
for a series?
Remember you said Michael Jordan scored the most when it comes to people who won a ring? So I'm asking you, isn't it possible for someone else to score more points and win a ring?
We haven't seen that.
That's not my question.
You see what I'm saying?
That's not my question. I'm asking you, isn't it possible?
Is it possible? Maybe, but we haven't seen any data to
but hold
support
on.
that it's possible.
So then, if it is possible and it didn't happen, can't you put it together? It's possible it could happen, but it didn't. So if something possible didn't happen, there was one or more reasons, right?
Basically, I'm saying based off of where we are now, I'm saying based off of the future. Maybe it's possible in the future.
Why would it be? Well, hold on.
Maybe.
So why maybe? You're the one that said earlier it's ever changing. It's ongoing.
Yeah, my research based off of all the information I have so far, but the game is still going on.
Right. So
you know what I'm saying? It's going to be back next year, the year after that, the year after that.
So why would you say maybe it's possible? It's possible. Someone can score one more point than Michael Jordan and win a ring. That's common sense.
I mean, if we look at the highest scoring final series,
we're just going in a circle.
41
we're just going
points
in a circle.
per game.
Unbelievable.
What? 41 points per game. Michael leads in that.
No, I know.
Nobody else has scored higher than that and won a ring.
No. Couldn't you say someone could score 42 and win a ring? How can they score? There must be a.
We could, but we haven't seen it.
Right, and why?
I don't know if it's possible if nobody else has done it.
And why didn't we see it? You can't figure out the logic. There's a million reasons why some teams win and lose. It's not the simple thing that you're doing. I don't get how you don't get that. And then you're the same guy who says, I know it's a team game. I know other factors come into play. Are you sure you know these things?
Yeah.
Because you're not acting like you know it.
I know these things, but you're basically acting like Michael Jordan's impact was just not.
No, that's you saying that.
Outshining
that's
all
you,
these.
that's you saying that.
If he has the highest points per game in a final series ever, and nobody else has surpassed him, and won a ring,
then you're not an expert. If you can't figure out why someone else didn't do that, you can't figure out any reason. If I told you right now, they'll pay you $1 million and you can make $1 million, $1 million, easily make $1 million, just come up with some reasons. You're telling me you don't know how to make money?
Say it again.
There's a million reasons why Michael Jordan, I won't repeat all that. There's a million reasons why a guy wins and loses. Charles Oakley had an interview where he basically was saying how, we sacrificed our game so Michael Jordan can score points. We did other things to help his game. Can't you understand how that would apply to other stars? A guy can't score that much if he doesn't have a good team, if his coach is not good, if they're not as healthy, and so on. You're just going, look, Michael Jordan did it, and then you're assuming that I'm saying that it's nothing. No, it's not that it's nothing. I'm just not saying he's better than everyone because of this. That's you saying he's better than everyone. How can Kareem Abdul-Jabbar score 42 points if he doesn't have the type of team that will let him score 42 points? How can John Stockton score 42 points if he's passing the ball all the time? How can Wilt Chamberlain score 42 points if he's getting more rebounds? And so on. I mean, this is a very silly thing that you're doing.
But no, I like where you're going with this. But when you think about that, right?
I know what's coming next.
Why is this team
you're gonna say
relying on him?
On who? Michael Jordan?
These things?
On Michael Jordan?
Yeah.
The same.
Why are they relying on him?
But who are they supposed to rely on? He's their main guy.
Exactly.
But how does that make him better than other main guys? They don't have the same teams.
Because
they don't have the same schedules. They don't have the same coaches and so on.
No main guy is relying on to score
as much as this main guy. He's going in a circle. Okay,
no main guy has ever been relied upon to score as much as Michael Jordan.
Did you hear what I said about players sacrificing their game? You can't just score 42 points. You have to be able to be backed up by a team. Do you need me to give you examples in a game of how a star has it easier with certain teammates versus harder with not certain teammates? You don't know these things?
No. I do know these things.
I'll give you, so that if you know these things, why are you simplifying this? Well, he scored 42 points. No one else did it. Why are they relying on Michael Jordan? So on. He is on a certain team. This is how he performed on that team. And by the way, I don't even understand your logic because there were other seasons where he scored lots of points and lost. And you were the same guy who said you can't score too much and win. It's not good to score too much and win. You can't rely on do so many things and win. You can't have the bulk of things and win. And now you go, look, Michael Jordan did the most scoring. He won.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense, right? If this dude is scoring this much and still winning, what does that say?
So I see what you're going to say. You're going to say because it's not supposed to happen, it happened. Therefore, he's better than everyone. Is that your logic?
I mean, if everyone is telling you you don't do it like this, you don't do it like this, and then he does it like that, and still makes it happen.
You're going by what people say. People say all kinds of ridiculous things.
He's the only one who could be relied upon to win that much and score that much.
Are you telling me no other star can score that many points? Is this a joke?
No other star can score that many points and win consistently.
Okay, so what's the difference between 50 points for one guy and 50 points for another guy? Or 40 points for one guy and 40 points for another guy, and 30 points for one guy and 30 points for another guy. What is the difference? It's the same 2 points, 3 points, 4 points.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because let's say
you found a way to analyze all these games, huh?
Definitely.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. If you're going to tell me the difference, before you tell me the differences, in order for you to say there are differences and then know the differences, you would have to analyze all these games, and I know you didn't. Don't tell me you analyzed all these games.
I did.
No, you didn't. Basically, they don't even have all the games on tape. They don't even have all the games on tape.
I'm not saying I'm watching every single game, but I'm analyzing a lot of games.
What are you doing? Right? You read the box score?
Yeah, you look at box scores, you know.
How's that analyzing a game in the way you're doing it? You can analyze a game with a box score. Yes, box scores will tell you enough. But the way you're analyzing it, a box score is not going to tell you all this. How is a box score going to show you how this star's points is better than that guy's points?
A box score isn't going to show you that. That's where watching the games.
And so we're going in a circle. They don't even have all the games on tape. And even if they did, you did not watch all the games, and you did not find a way to analyze it, and you didn't find any way to prove it. You're just telling me you did. You're telling me you did. You're telling me you did. You're telling me you did.
No, because all right, let's say you've heard about a player, but you didn't get to watch them play. All right, and so you don't see the full evidence behind everything that they were able to do on the court. Okay, so because you don't have the visual context so you can see how they were getting their points, how they were playing, what they were doing, you know, like there's not much you can say. Like I never said Jerry West was a bad player. I didn't say Jerry West can't shoot. No,
you say worse things. You say worse things.
No, I never said he's a bad player. He can't shoot. He can't dribble. I never said anything like that.
You say worse things. You say worse things.
Wait, that he was a loser?
Or in some ways are worse. Some are not as worse. Some are worse. But if you're not saying he's that bad, you're essentially kind of saying he is, because you're saying, like, don't you see you put Jerry West in a lose-lose situation? If he has good statistics, you go, yeah, but he didn't win. If he doesn't have good statistics, you can say, well, he didn't have good statistics. This is what you guys do. You set players up in a lose-lose situation. But with Michael Jordan, for the most part, you don't set him up in a lose-lose situation. Michael Jordan
because he had stats and won.
Michael Jordan had lots.
That's what I'm saying. He had stats and won.
Michael Jordan had great stats when he lost.
Yeah, but then he had stats and won.
Yeah, so what's the difference? Are you really going to pretend that he figured something out in this learning curve and he knew what to do?
Yeah, he did. He
didn't.
He totally
had
did.
better teams.
Okay.
He had better coaches. And by the way, they changed rules. They changed rules. They changed rules. And the league was also weaker. There's a million things that you're not accepting. I know you're saying,
you can say that. You can say that, but then explain this.
All right, this ought to be good.
How come from 1991 to 1998, his team did not lose more than 3 games in a row?
Is that the criteria? You have to lose more than 3 games in a row?
I'm just saying that's so unlikely.
Okay,
the statistical probability
you want to play
something like that happening?
You want to play that game? I'll play a game with you. How come when Michael Jordan, the number 1 NBA player of all time, how come when he left the NBA, his team only won 2 games less?
They still lost 3 in a row.
I asked you a question. How come that guy, the number 1 NBA player of all time, when he left, so his team only won 2 less games?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a bunch of factors that go into the fact that the team won 2 less games, right? And it's not the same team. There are more players added. You know, it was a different. You know, if you have a team that has a core still intact and you're still running the same system and you still have the same coach and all these factors haven't changed, plus you've added more players, then, you know, and then around the league, the competition around the league was different too, you know, like.
So why don't you apply this
players,
logic to every other star? And by the way, having the same core doesn't mean you're going to win or lose. It just means you have the same core.
It doesn't. Exactly. That's why they didn't even make it out of the second round.
But they won 2 less games. You Michael Jordan fans,
they won 2 less regular season games.
Yeah, but those games can. But you have to ask logically, if he's the level that you say he is, and he affects the team to the level you say he does, and you're basically saying he's better than all the other guys and all that, then that guy, when he leaves, they shouldn't win 2 less games then.
Okay, so if he leaves, they win 2 less games. They go to the playoffs. They don't make it out of the second round. All right. When he was there, they won 2 more games.
When he was there, he also had lots of years where he lost. You're just again.
Yeah, but when he was there the year before, you know, they won 2 more games.
And when he came back, they lost in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So this is again, you're going by whatever you like. Again, you can't just you can't just ignore what happened. They won 2 less games. They went to the playoffs and they went to the second round. And by the way, a lot of people thought, since you like to go by what Jerry West thinks, and you said how, you know, he thought that his team was better even though they lost. A lot of people thought that Chicago's Bulls team wasn't treated fairly by a referee or something, and that they should have gone to the NBA Finals.
Yeah,
but they could have won the NBA Finals.
Yeah, but if you look at that, right, that was in Game 5. It was a 7-game series, you know, so it's easy to make an excuse and say, it's because of a bad call.
No, you did the same thing. When we were talking about the Chicago Bulls going to the third round, Game 7, and they lost to the Detroit Pistons, you did that thing with Scottie Pippen.
Yeah, but there's more to that.
Exactly.
These are guys who have never won and never been to a finals at that point. Right? They're not contenders.
So don't you see you can always find an excuse? You can always come up with anything. You can say, well, they didn't have the experience. They didn't buy into it. You know, they didn't have they weren't ready or whatever. You can always find something. How are you going to be proven wrong in anything? You could say, you know what, maybe he was scared. You know, maybe he didn't make enough money. Maybe he just wanted to act like he couldn't win so that in the future he could win. You can come up with anything. How do you know all this? And why can't you just... Like, sometimes in the past, you'll go, okay, we're going to keep it simple. Why don't you keep it simple here and just go, they lost because their team wasn't good enough, or they won because they had the better team?
Yeah, I mean, their team wasn't good enough. That's why they didn't make it to the finals.
And do you think that's why they didn't win a championship? Do you think all the Chicago Bulls, I don't know what they thought. I'm just asking you, is it possible that maybe they thought, hey, we're better than the Detroit Pistons, but they won? Do you think that's possible?
No, I mean...
It's not possible.
Well, Michael Jordan said himself, you know, that they were the better team. You know, and we want to be where they are, you know.
So if you're going to go by what Michael Jordan said, Michael Jordan basically said one guy doesn't win a ring. And he couldn't win without his team.
Yeah, but he also said that they were not good enough to beat them.
So you're again picking and choosing what to go by. Michael Jordan has basically said you should not use rings to rank players.
But he also said the team was not good enough to beat the other team.
But I'm talking in general. If you're going to go by what Michael Jordan says, why don't you go by everything that he says? You're again picking and choosing when to go by, whatever you like. When it helps Michael Jordan, you go with it. When it goes against Michael Jordan, you don't go with it. Michael Jordan has basically said he wouldn't win without his team. And you shouldn't win rings, or you shouldn't rank players with rings.
All right, so... basically, if you look at my logic throughout this entire time, it's been consistent the entire time.
It's not been consistent, no.
It has been, because if you say, why didn't this team win? They weren't good enough. That's consistent throughout. I never said, oh, that team was good enough, but they lost because of this and that. Never said that. You know, if you lost, it's because you weren't good enough. Whatever factor may have contributed to not being good enough.
No, isn't it possible that they're thinking? You said it's not possible, but why don't you say it's possible that they thought the Detroit Pistons were not better than them, but they just lost? Maybe they thought that. Or maybe when Michael Jordan's teams won, maybe they thought, hey, we didn't have the best team that year, but we still won anyway. I mean, why don't you consider these possibilities?
I mean, you can consider them, but ultimately, the better team's going to win.
Okay, so then why don't you apply that logic to every time a team wins?
I do.
No, you don't. You put it on a guy for losing. You put it on a few individual players for losing.
Well, if the guy isn't helping his team be better than the other team.
And then you blame it on certain players.
If a guy isn't helping his team be better than the other team, consistently, I'm talking about numerous amounts of times, then we look at the common denominator.
And if I show you statistics where they're good enough, you dismiss those statistics. And you go, well, hey, it still wasn't good enough. Or you act like the statistics were actually bad, like it hurt the team. You again set things up. You cannot
statistics
lose.
Are individual. Those are individual statistics. They're not team statistics.
The individual statistics are in the game.
But they're not team statistics.
Yes, they are.
All right?
They're all part of the team. No, this is your imagination.
Part of
everything
the team.
A player.
But the team
everything
can still not be good enough, even if you have a player that has all these statistics.
No matter what statistics you have, you are not going to win and lose by yourself. It doesn't matter what your statistics are. You can have 100 points, 100 rebounds, 100 steals, and so on, and you might never win a game or be on a team that wins a game.
So, essentially, one player, all right, does not speak for the entirety of the team as a whole, right?
But
when you have a player who is relied upon, most of the time to be that one, to get them to that point.
They don't. You're just changing you're just saying, okay, one guy doesn't do it, but then he got them there. You're saying the same thing in a different way. There's no he got them there. There's no he led the way. There's no he took them to the land. There's no he won. It's a team that does it. No matter how you play this game, you're not winning and losing by yourself. This is a fundamental thing that you're not getting.
I already know that you're not winning and losing by yourself.
But
but how are we supposed to, determine how good a player is?
That's a good question. That's a great question. Now, before we get to that question, if we first need to solve something else. Before we get to how do you determine how good someone is, first acknowledge, I think you're doing it, but I have a feeling you're going to change it, that you don't use rings to rank players. You don't put it on a guy for a team winning and losing.
Winning is the purpose of the game.
But who does the purpose? The team does but who is doing it? It's the team that does it.
Yeah.
The whole thing is a team getting involved, playing together, working, doing certain things in strategies and all that. It's not an individual game unless you play one-on-one or something.
Yeah, you can say that, but if you look at Michael Jordan's last championship, Game 6 of the Finals,
unbelievable.
He scored more than half his team's points by himself. He outscored every teammate on his team combined.
Why were the Chicago Bulls even there? Why don't they just let Michael Jordan play by himself?
I'm just saying, when these are the factors that start stepping in.
I'm asking you a question.
See what I'm saying?
Why are they playing? Why don't they just go sit on the bench, have fun, eat some popcorn?
They play as a team.
Okay, so
they get there.
So then why are you putting on a Michael Jordan? You can't have it both ways.
To close out the game, to actually win the championship, they relied on Michael Jordan to outscore everyone on his team.
No. They did not rely.
Combined.
No, they did not rely on him. They weren't saying, "Okay, Michael Jordan." You see, you're doing the classic mistake of a casual fan. You play the highlights. You see him doing really great. The way they elevate him, and you act like nothing else happened. Who was there on the side? Who was there playing defense? Who was there ready for a rebound? And all that. You're just focusing on Michael Jordan. It makes no logical sense. And then, by the
I'm
way,
not just focusing on Michael Jordan.
sure you are.
But if you look,
when you elevate
the
him,
data,
you're focusing on him.
The data is focusing on Michael
No,
Jordan.
no, that's what you said.
When you look at how much he scored, he outscored all of his teammates combined.
Are you saying scoring the most is going to get you a ring? Because you know what's going to happen next.
I'm not saying that,
So what's
but
the
there
point?
are factors that go into
Okay,
winning.
so
And he had the X factor.
No, there's no
the
X factor.
extra
No,
thing
there's no A, B, C,
that
D
gets
thing.
you over.
No, there's no. This is you saying that. You are influenced by the media.
That's
who
the
loves
data
Michael Jordan.
saying
There
that.
is no
That's the data
there's
saying
There's
that.
no data that says there's an X factor. There's no X factor. There's just so many other factors. You're just putting on a guy.
No, because, all right, so Michael Jordan, he outscored his entire team combined 13 times.
What does that prove? What does that prove?
His record is 10-3.
Why are you giving him a record?
Because they still won, even though he outscored everyone by himself.
So what does that prove? He scored most of the points for his team those times. What does that prove?
That proves that he was capable of doing that, like playing at that level of dominance.
Whoever said
and still winning a majority of the time.
No. It doesn't prove all that. It proves he was capable of doing it. That was the only part you got right. The other parts none of that proved anything, because you're just acting like you can't score points and win. Of course you can. It happens all the time.
Yeah, I'm talking about outscoring everyone on your team combined, even the bench.
I mean, there must be a million examples of a player scoring a certain amount of points and winning a game or winning a series. It happens all the time.
I'm not saying a certain amount. I'm saying a certain percentage of the entire team's points.
It's the same thing. A certain percentage, a certain amount, a certain number, whatever.
No, it's not.
Happens all the
Because
time.
if you score 30 points in a game and your team scores 120 points, you're scoring 25%.
So what is
of
that?
your team's points.
That just proves that he did it for his team. That doesn't prove he's better than everyone. That's a silly thing to say.
I'm saying nobody else has done that for their
Nobody
team
else had his
won
team.
on that level.
No other star.
lost on that.
No other star
Had a record like that.
No other star had his team. They had different teams. If the Philadelphia Phillies in the early 1980s have Dr. J, Bobby Jones, and Moses Malone, and they asked Dr. J to take a cut in the amount of scoring he does, you can't then go, well, Dr. J didn't do it.
Look, Michael Jordan he's been doing that since 1987.
And he didn't win.
Before he was winning.
No, he was scoring
before any of that. He was doing that.
That's helping my argument. Yes,
All right,
he scored points and lost.
No, he was winning. He was winning when he was doing it.
I don't understand.
The first time he ever outscored everyone on his team combined by himself, he won.
How come sometimes you only count the years when it's a ring, and other times you count the years when there's no ring? Why do you move the goalpost like that? Are you counting?
I'm not moving the goalpost. You're trying to say that they didn't have his team. But when he had a team that was not the championship caliber, he was still doing it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of players who can do it. There's people who scored more points than him. There's people that have more scoring records than him. There's people who are like offensive machines more than him and more dominant than him. That doesn't mean. But you're going to say, well, they didn't win a ring. You're tying in things that are meaningless. You're just going, well, look, when they score points, they didn't win. And when they don't score points, well, they didn't score points. You're setting it up where Michael Jordan can't lose, where everyone else is in a lose-lose situation.
I'm not. If I look at the data is showing me this. I didn't make this up.
This is your way of analyzing. It's a bad way to analyze. A guy does not win or lose by himself. You're saying, look at how Michael Jordan did on his team. Well, what about how other guys did on their team? You can't compare them. They're on different teams, playing different opponents in different years, and so on. You're simplifying this way too much. And even if we go by your simplification of everything, even if we did that, it still doesn't mean he's better than everyone anyway.
Why not?
Because there's no, at the end of the day, if you want to simplify things, there is no proof he's better than everyone. And there's a lot of proof of players being better than him. And scoring is not the only part of the game. And I could give you more examples, but you get the point.
Yeah, I mean, but there's certain things in NBA history that only he has been able to do.
And okay, so we're going to go by that logic. If we're going to go by this logic of taking things that no one else did, I could name you a billion things that a billion players did that no one else did, and I could name you players who have more records than him. But you're going to find a way to tear them down,
but
elevate Michael Jordan.
Does it also tie into team success?
Of course it does.
No, it does not.
You're going to say, see, look, bro, you're coming up with your own brainwashed assumption criteria, and you're not even consistent with your own criteria. A lot of players can have crappy statistics and win, great statistics and win, mediocre statistics and win, all that. You're always going to find an excuse. Look, if they have bad statistics, hey, look, bro, their statistics are not good. If they have good statistics, hey, look, man, they didn't win a ring. If they have good statistics and won a ring, well, look at the teammates they had. If they had statistics, won a ring, and didn't have good teammates, you'll find something else. There's no way you can be wrong in anything.
That's not true. If you look at, I could look at any player and say, okay, you didn't have good statistics, all right? You didn't have good teammates, and you won, all right? I'm gonna be like, okay, you won with your team. Now let's say you had great statistics, you didn't have good teammates, and you won. Then we can look at that player.
How would that guy do it? How would he win with a bad team? What's he doing? Is he smiling at everyone? Is he like telling everyone, go here, go there? Is he like scoring at the right time? What's he doing? It's a 4-quarter game for 7-game series. There's no way he can do it by himself. It is not possible.
I'm not saying that they're doing it by themselves, but I'm saying they're the engine. They're the engine. If you remove him,
they're not the
do
engine.
they have that success?
They're not the engine, especially when there's more than one star player. When there's more than one star, you win two
Michael
less.
Jordan,
when you win two less games, you win 2 less games. That's what happened.
Do you win a championship?
You won
no.
2.
Do you even make it to the conference finals?
No. You're not looking at the logic. How did they win 2 less games? What happened to all those games? You're just ignoring everything. How did it happen?
I'm not ignoring everything. You're ignoring when I brought up the 3 games in a row. He never lost 3 games in a row from 91 to 98.
Do you know what cherry picking means? Are you familiar with the term cherry picking?
That's not cherry picking. That's 6 years. There's 6 years of data.
Okay, so hold on.
That's not cherry picking.
What is cherry picking? Please tell me what it means.
Cherry picking is singling out one specific thing. I'm not doing it.
No, that's not what cherry picking means. Cherry picking means you're singling out one or more certain things. You're not going by everything. Yeah, it doesn't have to be one thing. It could be one or more things. You're not going by everything. For example, you say he never lost more than 3 games in a row. That's your answer, even though one guy doesn't win or lose. Fine. And then I say, you were saying earlier before that, well, what happens if he's off the team? I'm showing you they won 2 less games. You just ignore that and go to the rings. You're not explaining logically what happened during the regular season. What happened?
When they won 55 games. All right.
How did that
I told
happen?
you there's a number of factors that go into it.
Yes, but then why don't you apply that logic the other way around? There's another side to that. When they win rings, or when another star wins rings, or when Michael Jordan loses, or another star loses, there's a number of factors. Why are you not getting that?
I get that. I totally get that. But
you're not.
You don't understand the factors and how they correlate.
No, you're not. You're just going by the factors that help you whenever you want them to help you.
No. I told you.
When a team wins and loses, either you go by everything or you don't. Are you going by everything when every star wins and loses or not?
Yeah, I'm going by everything.
Okay, then if you are, I want an explanation, please. I'm not asking in a mean way. I'm asking. I just came out wrong. I meant it in a nice way. It might have been taken the wrong way. If Michael Jordan is what you say he is, and you say this is what will happen if he will leave, and you say how other stars are not on his level and all that, I want to know, please, how do you explain? Please explain. How do you explain that when he left? Please explain. They won 2 less games.
So there were other players added to the team.
Okay.
All right. It was not the same exact team.
The core was. What happened to your core argument? The core was basically the same.
The core was essentially the same.
In fact,
you're missing Michael Jordan.
In fact, they got a little better in some way. They got Tony Kukoc, who John Sally basically said was maybe one of the 5 best basketball players of all time, or something like that.
Yeah, man.
And you're not going to agree because you only go by people when they help your argument. You don't go by people when they hurt your argument.
John Sally is not a credible source.
Of course, Jerry West is not credible. John Sally's not credible. Will Chamberlain's not credible. Elgin Baylor's not credible. They're all not credible, but you're credible. Are you listening to your logic? You're only going by people that help your argument. You're being like a zombie cult member. You're not going by all credible people. How do you know who's credible or not?
Okay. Let me. If we're going to just base it off of every single person's opinion, we would never reach any kind of conclusion.
You're right. And that's why you don't go by opinions. Opinions are not going to prove anything.
Right. So that's why, I'm not going to go off of what John Sally said.
Bro, I've heard you say more than once on this call what someone said. And now you're proving my point again. You go by people when they help you and you ignore them when they go against you. Don't you recognize you're doing that?
No, that's not what I do. What I do is I analyze the data and see if it supports
Okay, let's try this.
Let's try Tony Kukoc is the greatest player ever.
Let's try this.
I analyze the data.
Let's try this.
And the data does not match up with what
Let's try this. You say you analyze the data. I say you don't. I say I analyze the data. You say I don't. How are we going to prove this? You got to go by what you can prove, not what you believe.
Okay, so can I prove that Tony Kukoc wasn't the greatest player ever?
Sure you can. You can find ways to prove that, yes. But you cannot prove that a guy wins a ring by himself, and then therefore that's one of the reasons winning a ring, it makes him better than everyone else. There's no way to prove that. It's a meaningless thing to say. It makes no sense.
I never said Michael Jordan won a ring by himself.
No, bro, first of all, you don't have to say that exactly like that, but you imply he won, he did this, he's better than everyone, all that. You're doing that. How do you not recognize that?
Because you look at his impact individually.
Going in a circle. Just going in a circle.
This guy is no. If you. All right. Let's just say I'm working a job, right?
You're going to tie into something where you can show facts and logic, but you're not doing that tie that you're doing. I know what you're going to say something. You're going to say something that's probably true and makes sense, but you're not doing that. One guy does not win and lose by himself, and then you go, I'm not putting it on a guy, and then you blame certain people. You elevate people for winning and blame people for losing. You are putting it on a guy.
Think about it, okay? If you have a guy who gets the ball most of the time, all right? He gets the most touches, he plays the most minutes, he takes the most shots, all right? He's involved in most of the plays, all right?
Yeah, and if I find you a guy who did that, you would say he did too much for his team. That's why they didn't win.
Yeah.
So when Michael Jordan does it, it's good. When someone else does it, it's bad. How does that make sense?
When Michael Jordan does it and he wins,
how did he do that? What is it? You're just saying he won. He did not win. He was on a team that won. What is he doing that's so different that makes him better than everyone?
If there's a player who has that kind of responsibility,
there's a lot of players
who manages to win.
There's a lot of players who have that responsibility, but they cannot win by themselves. I don't know why you're not getting a basic thing like this. He did not win. He was not the X factor. He didn't put it on himself and all that. He did a lot of things on a good team. Those were monster teams that he were on. Monster teams. And by the way, one of the problems, talk about people who don't do research. One of the problems is the reason you guys think those teams weren't that good is because you guys focus a lot on scoring. You don't understand that those were defensive teams that were really great on the other side too. So you're not going to see the same numbers on defense because you can't measure defense as much. You guys, like a bunch of casual fans, focus on scoring. Now you're going to say scoring is not the only thing.
But Michael Jordan was also a defender.
Right.
And his defense impacted games as well.
No, he was not as good defensively as you people say he was. Getting 3 steals, 2 steals, and 1 block is really great, but it's nothing like an anomaly. It's a regular player who's really good. A really great defensive player is someone like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Wilt Chamberlain, who gets you all these blocks, who gets you all these steals.
You don't know that Wilt Chamberlain got all these blocks. There's no data to support it.
Of course you do. No, of course you do. Come on, bro. Are you telling me that Wilt Chamberlain didn't get that many blocks? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there's no data. It's not recorded.
Right. So you're gonna make.
If you're over here telling me the same thing, there's no data.
No.
I can say the same thing for you.
No, I have no data that right now the theory of evolution is true. But when you look at all the evidence, which is what you're going to say you're doing, which you're not, when you look at all the evidence, you can pretty much put together that the theory of evolution is true. So there's no data that Wilt Chamberlain got blocks, but you can put it together that he did. And by the way, there actually is data. There are people who did unofficial accounting of him blocking shots. They recorded it. And there's actually some people who believe that he actually set some records on blocks. There's actually unofficial data on this, just so you know.
Okay, so how can you accept what all these other people believe, but you can't accept what people believe about Michael Jordan? You can accept what people believe about Wilt Chamberlain.
Great question, but you should know the answer. First of all, accepting what happened is different from elevating him. So I can accept Wilt Chamberlain blocked shots, but I will not claim that he's a number one shot blocker of all time. There's a difference. Number two, there's a difference between me accepting an NBA official who recorded his blocks on the sidelines versus somebody claiming that Michael Jordan is the number one NBA player of all time when they have no proof. Or we should go by rings, or you should go by finals MVPs and all that. You got to be able to prove it and be consistent. You're not even, remember I told you, even if we go by your takes, you're not even consistent with a lot of your takes. You've gone side to side on, is it one guy winning and losing, or is it a team game? You basically do both. And that's a typical thing that lots of Michael Jordan fans do.
So if we're going to look at just common basketball, terminology and culture and whatever, just the culture, right? When people describe, you've got a superstar player, the best player on the team, who takes on most of the responsibility.
Actually, I got to correct you.
Right?
I got to correct you. Not everyone thought he was the best player on the team. There's a lot of people who thought Scottie Pippen was a better player, just for the record.
Okay. Does the data support that? No.
Actually, what makes you a good player? The more you bring to the table, the more you bring.
Yeah.
So in baseball, if you got bat speed, great. If you got running speed, better. If you can jump, better, and so on. So when you look at the overall games, so a lot of people thought that Scottie Pippen was a better player than Michael Jordan, and Scottie Pippen himself thinks he's a better player than Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, it's, he can think that, but there's no data to support that. And then when you look at, no, there isn't, because first of all, we can look at his responsibilities on the team. He was never asked to do the same things that Michael Jordan was doing.
Yes, he was. Yes, he got rebounds,
right.
He got steals, he made passes and all that.
Yeah, but he was never asked to do it at the level that Michael Jordan was doing.
Sure he did. Sometimes he had similar numbers in steals, assists, blocks, and so on.
Yeah, sometimes,
Because no one, but when you say never, it's just not true. Not never. I'm not saying he has to have that. And by the way, he doesn't have to do it every year. Just like Michael Jordan, according to you, you didn't say this, but you give him a pass. Michael Jordan didn't win every year, and you're okay with that.
Yeah. You don't have to win every year. It's a team game, like I said, right?
Are you sure it's a team game?
Yeah, I'm totally sure.
So why are you
totally sure.
Why are you taking a team accomplishment and isolating the individual and then ranking him over all the other individuals then?
He had the most responsibility in his team's success.
Let me ask you this. Who else, how were all the other stars supposed to have the most responsibilities on the Chicago Bulls teams, where Michael Jordan's teams won rings?
They weren't, because they weren't better than him.
So no.
Give the responsibility to the best player.
They don't even have the same teams. And by the way, there were lots of stars who had just as many responsibilities or more responsibilities for their teams than Michael Jordan.
Who?
I mean, there's a million of them. I mean, but you don't know? Like you think Michael Jordan's the only guy who had to who was asked to do like a certain number of things?
I mean, you can look at who was asked to do whatever, but when we look at what it takes to win,
see, we're going back to that again. So why didn't Michael Jordan win all those years he was asked to do so many things?
Because he's doing too much. He's taking too much from his team.
Okay, so
it's a team game.
Okay. How much do you think he changed? Like, other than his scoring, which wasn't that different, all his other numbers weren't that different. Do you think he purposely got less rebounds and less steals and less assists and so on?
He understood that the game is broken down into moments.
I'm not asking you about you claiming that he understood was broken down into moments. I don't know where you got that from, by the way. We'll get into that later if you want. His numbers are not that different. The only one that's a little different is his scoring. And even his scoring is not that different. And by the way, if his numbers are different, other factors come into play because he's getting older and he doesn't want to risk injury. You're really simplifying everything, going, his numbers went down and he figured out a way to win and he won then.
Yep, once it gets to a point where it's strategy. You look at Bill Russell; his numbers consistently start going down.
Well, they don't have all his numbers recorded. They don't have his blocks and steals recorded.
Yeah, they don't. But as far as the things that they did have recorded,
those are two big statistics.
Yeah, but as far as the things that they did have recorded, those numbers were going down, but he was still managing to win.
Right.
So even the amount of games his team was winning was going down.
Do you think Bill Russell would say, the reason I won is because I changed my numbers as I got older?
No, he's not going to say that.
So do you think Michael Jordan will say, well, the reason I won is because I changed my numbers?
No.
Well, why don't they say these things if you're right?
They understand the game on a different level.
This is you telling me this. This is you telling me this.
Yeah.
Well, how many Hall of Famers can you name that don't understand the game on a different level? Whatever that means.
Not that level where you can win consistently.
How do you know this? How do you know who knows what and how?
Because we look at NBA history. We look at these players and we look at the teams and we look at which teams are dynasties, which ones are winning.
You're telling me things, but you're not proving anything. You say they won. They're winning. There's reasons why they won. Like you said earlier, when the Chicago Bulls won two less games, there were a number of other factors. Apply that same logic to all the other players who were winning.
What it takes to win?
Yes. You still don't know by now? Like, why a team wins and loses? You're really going to put it on a guy and just be like, oh, his numbers were sacrificed, therefore he won?
No, obviously, there's a number of ways to win. There's not one written rule that says you have to win this way.
Okay, so far, so good. I'm waiting for the problem.
Yeah, so there's a number of ways you can win. There's a number of strategies, all right?
All right.
You could be more defensive oriented, as a team. You could share the ball a lot more. You could have one or two guys who handle the ball more and kind of take more responsibility for playmaking. You can have guys who are really focused on...
Fair enough. So you get it. So now you get it.
Factors.
So now you're telling me that based on all these factors and the ones you didn't get to finish naming, I'm sure there's more, all these factors... You figured it all out for all these stars who won and lost?
There's still more to figure out. There's plenty of teams. There's been 78 championships.
No, according to you, there shouldn't be more because you already determined who was better than everyone. That's Michael Jordan. How did you figure out all these factors? How did you do it?
You make comparisons. But
what did you do? Give me some real examples. I mean, bro, I actually hope you don't do it. There's no way to do it. There's no way to do it.
Ultimately, okay, so the fact is, it's a team game. So it is very difficult to single out one player and how good they are based off a team game.
Except for Michael Jordan, right?
Well, here's the way. This is just the logical approach. It has nothing to do with Michael Jordan. All right? Here's the way that you pinpoint how good an individual is compared to their team. All right? There's a number of factors.
Actually, I'm sorry. I actually am not disputing how good they are for their team. I'm disputing how do you know they're better than everyone else and why you're going by rings? And how do you know why a player wins and all that?
So that's how you know why is that goes into something different, right? That's the understanding of the game on a different level. There's a reason why certain players win more times than other players.
Right. It's usually because the team they have, the health they have, the coaching they have, and so on.
I mean, you can say that, but then when the teammates change and the help changes and the coaches change, or and they're still winning regardless,
Right.
then what are we going to say then?
It means you had a better same or better situation because of many factors. So you're acting like just because something changes doesn't mean it can't stay the same. But you're putting it again. You're putting it on guys.
Essentially, you're telling me that, you know, if like anyone wins, any individual player manages to have success, it's only because of the situation they're in.
No, I never said that. I don't even know. This is once again.
You said it was based on the situation they're in.
This is once again, I say something and then you take it in a certain way that's not true. I have been saying a million times on this call, there are a number of factors that come into play. I give some examples and then I say, and so on. There's more examples. Like, I mean, you don't need me to list all the possible reasons why a team wins and loses, do you?
Yeah, but you are basically rounding it all up into one by just saying the situation.
No, I'm not. No. You're rounding it all up into one. I'm not. I'm saying it's so there's so many details. There's no way to figure it out. There's no way for you to know for sure. There's no way for you to get all the information.
So it's essentially you're just saying that whatever the situation is for that time is the determining factor. That's it.
I'm saying it's a team game. I'm saying health matters. I'm saying coaching matters. And I'm saying other things matter. What I'm not saying is there's an X factor who did the most, and then he is the reason they won, and now he's better than everyone else.
Like I said, we can look at the data, and that's going to back that up.
It's not going to back it up. No, it's not going to back it up.
Bill Russell
No, it's not going to back it up.
winning 11 championships.
No,
we can look at George Mikan.
He never won 11.
No,
he never won 11. He never won 5.
We can look at Michael Jordan's 6. We can look at Kareem's 6. Magic's 5.
No.
We can look at Kobe's 5.
It never happened. It's not theirs.
How do these players consistently win multiple times?
Many factors. Many factors.
And once we
there's no common denominator. There's no common denominator for everyone. You're asking me why Magic Johnson won versus Larry Bird versus Kareem Abdul-Jabbar versus someone else. They're not the same situations. I'd have to go back and analyze everything.
They all have a common denominator.
Yeah, they have similarities, sure. But there's no one guy who wins and loses by himself. And then even if you believe there's one guy who wins and loses by himself, that is not a reason to act like he's better than everyone else. They're not on the same.
Okay,
they're not playing the same years. They're not on the same teams. They don't have the same coaches, and so on.
So you can say that, but the data does not back that up.
That's what you keep saying, and you're not proving that. There's no data anyway. I know you have no data because there is no data.
We can look at all the championships. We can look at all the championships that all these players keep repeatedly winning.
We're going in a circle. They're not winning the rings. You said it yourself. It's a team game. You're saying that you don't put it on a guy. Now you're putting it on a guy. Then let's you know.
These are special kinds of guys.
I have a thing where I think we should do this. When two people disagree with something, they should first establish what is the topic and where do they agree. They don't always have to do these things, but it can help. So you're not saying a guy wins.
I'm not saying a guy wins.
Okay, and you're not saying a guy loses.
A guy loses.
Okay, so then that's where it should end right there. You don't change it up now.
But you're leaving out the part, when you look at overall responsibility.
Keep going, yeah.
No, you look at overall responsibility, all right? I'm explaining to you why we place it on a guy.
You can't even measure overall responsibility. How are you going to measure defense? You can be a great defensive player and never get a steal in a block. How are you going to measure that? How are you going to measure someone?
That comes from watching. That just comes from watching. Okay,
look, come on, look. Let's not get silly. You're going to tell me you watched every game of every star on every defensive play and figured out how good they were? That's a silly thing to say you have to go by watching it.
No. There's certain things you can't see everything, but you have to go.
Then how do you know everything?
Off of people who were there.
Okay, so wait, hold on. So now you're going back to what people say? Do you know the problems with that argument? Are we going to get back into that now?
Okay, If a majority of people who were there.
Okay, we're going to go by majority. Hold on. The majority of NBA Hall of Famers
do not use rings to rank players. The majority of NBA Hall of Famers do not pick Michael Jordan as the number one NBA player of all time. The majority of NBA Hall of Famers don't think that Wilt Chamberlain mostly just stood under the basket. The majority of NBA Hall of Famers don't have a lot of takes that you have. And I want to remind you that you're the same guy who admitted to me on some topics that there's not a lot of people who have your takes.
How many NBA Hall of Famers are there?
I don't know. I have no idea.
So how can you say the majority?
Because number one, now don't skip over this. I'm going to give you two reasons. There's no evidence the majority does. Number two, based on the Hall of Famers I know about, I put videos up of them all the time. Most of them do not pick Michael Jordan. I could give you tons of names of people who don't pick Michael Jordan. Tons. But you Michael Jordan fans, now you didn't say this, so I don't know what you think. You Michael Jordan fans believe that most Hall of Famers pick Michael Jordan as the number one NBA player of all time.
All right, so it's like, once again, we can go off of what people say.
When it helps you.
Right? When there's data to support it.
No, there's no data.
Right?
There's
Yeah, there is. So if you're basically saying, I could say, Brian Scalabrine is the greatest player of all time. Oh, really? That's what you said. Oh, you're a Hall of Famer? Oh, you played, Now let's look and let's look at his statistics. Let's see if there's any information out there that can also back up what you're saying.
Honestly,
I'd
rather accept Brian Scalabrine being the number one NBA player of all time than Jerry West has mental problems.
I mean, but he literally said he thought about suicide. There are times he thought about quitting altogether.
That doesn't mean that he can't do great in a basketball game. There must be people who take cocaine, who have hookers, who are drunks, and so on, who do great. You're just taking something personal and using it against him because you believe it's true then.
I'm not using it against him. He said this about himself.
You're not getting what I'm saying. You're not getting what I'm saying. You're taking something about him. I'm aware of the issues he's had, and you're using it against him. You're doing that. He didn't say, because I have mental problems, that was the reason I couldn't win rings. This is you saying that.
Okay, but when you analyze, we look at all these other players, they can say, oh man, yeah, it hurts to lose. It hurts,
Right.
And, it sucks. It's just such a sinking feeling.
Very common thing. Very common thing.
Heartbreaking, right?
Yeah.
But you're not hearing the majority of them saying, and I felt like killing myself.
No, okay, but
nobody's saying that. Jerry West is saying that.
Listen, first of all, two problems here. First of all, some people don't want to admit things. Not everyone's going to go around saying, I cheated on my wife, I beat up a dog, I stole some marijuana, all that. So just because they don't tell you things doesn't mean bad things doesn't happen. Number two, even if Jerry West has problems, it doesn't mean you have to use it against him and be like, oh, that's one of the reasons he didn't win. That's you saying that. You're not a doctor. You don't know him personally. And I don't think he would ever said, one of the reasons I couldn't win a ring is because I had problems. That's you saying that. Stop guessing things and stop assuming things.
I'm not guessing and assuming. I'm taking the data. I'm profiling is what I'm doing. All right. And it's like,
Well, stop doing that.
If another player matches that same profile, I will say the same thing about them.
What profile? There's no profile that says if a person who's a basketball player has suicidal thoughts, therefore he's not going to be good in the NBA Finals to help his team win a ring.
If this guy is fearful of losing,
unbelievable.
All right?
You are really convinced. You believe what you believe. How do you convince?
I absolutely believe he was fearful of losing.
And I believe that you believe that. That doesn't mean jack. It doesn't mean you're right that that's why he lost. The guy wouldn't be able to play in the NBA, do well, be an all-star, win awards, go to the NBA Finals, win a ring, and so on if he was as bad as you say he was.
I didn't say he was bad. I said he was fearful of losing.
No. I said if he was as bad as you say he was, meaning if he has...
I never said he was bad.
Meaning if he has a mental problem, that's one of the reasons he didn't win a ring. If he was that bad as you say he was.
Yeah, if the championship, the finals is a different ball game. Like I said, it's different. You're playing for all the marbles. There's pressure.
Listen. This is you saying that. There's Allen Iverson.
This is based off of data.
Allen Iverson once said something like, I hear all these people always saying the playoffs are different, the playoffs are tougher, the adrenaline is going, all that. I played the playoffs. I didn't know as much of a difference. That's what he said.
Okay, but what do people attribute to Allen Iverson's mentality?
Okay, so we're going to go back to what people. We're going to go back to what
this guy was a killer.
We're going to go back to what people believe.
This guy was a shark smelling blood in the water.
Okay, well,
he attacked.
That killer, that shark smelling blood in the water guy, that head case. You said head case?
He wasn't a head case.
Oh, he wasn't a head case. All that. That guy just told you that people are. He's questioning why people elevate the playoffs. When you are on the road all year long on TV, you're having all these cameras, and all that. You're used to this, especially year after year. When you get older, you have more experience. It's not a problem for you. You're just looking at it as a fan, going, "Ooh la la!" The main event, the lights are brighter, and all that, and he can't take it. This is you analyzing things in the wrong way.
No, it's Allen Iverson was a different breed. Okay, that's what I'm saying. From a profile, profiling, he was a different breed.
You're ignoring what I'm saying about. No, you're ignoring what I'm
breed.
saying. You're acting like these players. You're ignoring that they're professional. They have experience. They're used to certain things and all that. And you go, "Oh, look, it's the NBA Finals. He can't take it. He's got issues." Then this is you as a casual fan saying this. I don't even think he would agree with you. I don't think his teammates or his opponents or any of the people who play there would agree with you on any of this.
I mean, that's what you think, but
okay, well, if you can prove to me that they would say otherwise, then that's different. Do you have any proof that they say these things or think these things?
I haven't searched to see if there's any proof on that.
But you have it all figured out. You know better.
It's profiling. If you look at all these different players,
you are stuck in your ways.
What they have in common.
What you believe.
No, because look, this is not me making this up. This is what all these people are saying. All right?
What people?
All these firsthand witnesses, teammates, coaches.
What are they saying?
What are they saying? Opponents.
What are they saying?
They are saying they're talking about these guys' mentalities.
Which guys? Right? No, I'm talking about Jerry West right now. There's nobody, including Jerry West, who says, the reason he couldn't win an NBA Finals, he was thinking about killing himself. He wasn't there mentally. He couldn't take it. No, nobody says these things. You're guessing and believing things that are not true.
I'm not guessing, but if I'll research it. I'll look it up.
There's nothing to research. There's nothing out there.
I guarantee you, I'm going to find something.
There's nothing. Even if you found one guy, even if you found one guy, it's one guy.
I can guarantee you I'll find more than one guy.
Okay, how many can you find? 2? 3? 4? I mean, how many people played with them and against them and were officials in the NBA and knew him personally? You're going to find me 3 guys supposedly who say these things? What's that going to prove? This is called cherry picking. You're going by whatever you like.
Bill Russell said he respected Jerry West.
That's great.
He said, he's a very great player, great competitor, and it's like he had all these good things to say about him. But then he goes on to say, my only wish for you is that you can always be happy.
Right.
Why would he say that?
Bro, that doesn't prove that anything you said was true. We're not.
Have you heard anyone ever say about anyone else? I wish you would always be happy.
Bro, your way of analyzing is terrible. We're not debating that Jerry West had suicidal thoughts or Jerry West wasn't happy. We're not disputing that. We're trying to connect that. We're trying to figure out why you're connecting these weirdo, strange dots. Yes, Bill Russell said what he said. I believe that. I remember that. That doesn't prove you're right about everything.
That singular incident doesn't.
When you talk about profiling and analyzing data and going by the evidence and all that, I'm not even sure you know how to do this properly. In any science place or court case or investigation knows that just because you put a bunch of things together doesn't always mean you're going to prove something. There must be a million people out there who were wrongly convicted or wrongly in jail or wrongly treated in court, treated wrongly in court and so on, you go, Bill Russell said, I wish you can be happy. So therefore, everything that you claimed about Jerry West is true? Or, sorry, the parts that we're disagreeing about, like the why he couldn't win a ring because of he had a mental issue? That's just a ridiculous way to analyze then.
No, it's not. It all ties together.
What if I find
I'm not leaving any one part out.
What if I find another player?
Say,
what if I find another player who said something really like, "Oh, Jerry West was tough. He was gritty. He was man. He never gave up and all that." Now what? What is that? Is that true that you're wrong?
You can say that, and that can be true.
Okay,
but when it came to the finals,
no. But this is, oh my God, it's so frustrating. This is you saying that. Please, I'm begging you. Can you recognize the difference between what they're saying and you're saying? If you say Bill Russell said, Jerry West, I wish you could be happy, and I find someone that says Jerry West was tough, he never wanted to lose, he was gritty and all that, you can't just go by whatever quote you want and then go, well, here's my conclusion. You got to go by everything. Why, if you say, why did Bill Russell say, I want you to be happy? Good question. Now, why are these other people saying Jerry West was tough? He didn't like to lose. He was gritty and all that. Why are they saying those things?
Because he was tough, he was gritty, and he didn't like to lose.
Okay, so you know what? Now I'm going to do your game. You know what, man? I've been doing a profile for Jerry West, and I'm putting the pieces together, and I'm going by the information, all that. This guy was tough. He was gritty. He was strong. He always did what it takes to win. And you know what, bro? I found some NBA Hall of Famers who had these quotes about him. They said he was tough and gritty and didn't like to lose and all that. So you know what? It fits the pattern. It goes with the data. Mm-hmm. But that goes against yours. So is mine right?
No, it doesn't.
Right?
It doesn't. It doesn't go against my data.
It does, because you can't have it both ways. If you say
you can, you can in this instance.
No, if
you can be tough and gritty and all that, up until the point where it's time to win a championship.
If this is you saying that, you're saying that, you.
I'm not saying that. NBA history is saying that.
No,
look at the record.
You're just
look at the record.
Okay, you're just making things up now. Okay, NBA history says that you're wrong. I know lots of people who
the record is 1-8.
I've seen lots of people who say things like Jerry West is gritty, he's tough, he knew what it took to win, he tried so hard. And you're saying, yeah, you could say both things. No, you can't. If somebody is that weak and has mental problems and is not good under light and all that, and then you say those other things, it's like, which one is true, which one is not? And then when I ask you about this, you go, well, Bill Russell said this, NBA history said that. You are believing a lot of things that are not true, and you're believing a lot of things that are strange.
So Jerry West did not only win one championship out of 9 tries.
He never won one or won none. His team. It is a team game.
Okay, so you know what? Why do they give rings to the individual players?
Because the teams, you said it yourself, the players, they don't give it to one guy. They give it to the players. You're helping my argument.
But they do give awards to one guy.
Wait. Now you change the topic.
Finals MVP?
No, you just changed the topic. You just asked me, why do they give it to the players? And you're helping my argument. They're giving it to the teams. Let me ask you a question. Why don't they just give it to the individuals? Why do they give it to all the players?
What's the Finals MVP for?
See, you just changed it. You see, you're not acknowledging it wrong.
I didn't change it.
Your topic was, why do they give the rings to the players? You didn't talk about NBA Finals MVP. We'll get to Finals MVP later. Let's solve this one first. You asked me, why do they give rings to the players? My answer basically is, you're helping my argument because they're giving it to the players. I'm asking you, why don't they just give it to the individual player?
But there is something they just give to an individual player.
I'm asking you the same question again. Don't go to NBA Finals yet. We'll get to that later. Why don't they just give a ring to the individual player? Meaning the main guy, the number one guy. Because everyone else is an individual player too.
Because they already have an award for that.
No, you're dodging and you're dismissing and ducking. And what's the other one? Ducking,
that's not dodging.
No, you are. And I didn't know if
they have an award for that.
I didn't know if you were one of those guys who has a hard time admitting you're wrong, but I'm getting clues now. We're going to your topic, rings. I'm asking you about rings. Why do they not just give a ring to the number one guy, the main guy?
They give it to all the players who are on the team.
Why? It's the guy who did it himself. He's the main guy. He's the number one guy. He had the most responsibilities. Like you said, like you said, in a workforce, the president When there's a guy, he gets all the credit. So I'm not asking you about Finals MVPs. You're playing that game again because you don't want to acknowledge
It's not
you're
a
wrong.
game.
Because you don't want
It's
to.
reality.
You don't want to. You don't want
It's
to.
reality.
You don't want to acknowledge you're wrong. Just acknowledge that they give it to everyone because everyone did it. It's not one guy.
Okay, I acknowledge that.
Okay, so
But
then why are you going by
can
one
you
guy?
acknowledge
Why are
that
you
they
going by one?
don't give everyone the Finals MVP?
That's right, they don't. And I never made the argument they did. You asked me
All right.
about rings. You brought up rings to individual players. I didn't make that argument. Now, would you like to know why they give an NBA Finals award? And would you like to know how they voted differently over the years? And would you like to know how the award wasn't around for everyone every year? And so on? You are not a student of this game at all.
I already know all those things.
Okay, so then why would you elevate that? If you know it wasn't there every year and they didn't always vote the same way, and they're obviously trying to get money and all that, why are you like elevating that like, ooh la la, NBA Finals MVP award? That is a ridiculous award. It's a gimmick. It's made to get attention for people like you. It's just a way to make money. Who else is supposed to win that award? If you're the best player on the team that wins, who else is going to win? Now you're going to cherry pick examples of other people who've won, but usually who wins? The best player on the team. And just for the
Usually,
record,
yeah.
and just for the record, a lot of people, since you like to go by what people think, thought that Michael Jordan shouldn't have won every year. There were a lot of people that thought, I don't remember which year it was or which years it was, that Dennis Rodman should have won.
Yeah.
Oh, you know that.
Does the data support it?
Okay, so we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to that. This is your data. This is like a terrible thing you do by going by whatever you like. You gotta go by
No,
what you can prove.
you gotta have data to back it up.
No,
too.
there is no.
can't
You
just say it.
haven't backed up any
There's
data.
gotta be-
We've been on this phone for a long time. You have not proven any data to be true. If you did, I'd be on your side. I go by facts and I try to be consistent. You are not always going by facts, and you're not always being consistent. Why would you go by the NBA Finals award? Why would you do that? Who else is supposed to win it?
Other people win it.
No, but-
but usually the one they determine who had the most impact, in winning.
Let me ask you a question, because you talked about money earlier. All right, it's a league of business. Do you think in a league of money, in a league of business, it's beneficial for them to give it to someone else? The answer is no. It's not. You know the answer. Come on.
If it's not beneficial, then why did they give it to someone
They
else?
give it. They usually don't. They usually do it.
But you know what they did in 2006
Now
or
you're going
2015?
to cherry pick examples, like I predicted.
But no, this is crazy. In 2015, the MVP of the league. This is the league MVP. All right, he was the leading scorer in the finals. All right, he and I looked throughout NBA history, and I was looking at all these different players who scored at least 50 more points
Why would that be the
than
criteria?
their. Because that's what matches all of them. All right. So it's the common denominator. So which player scored at least 50 points
no,
more?
that's a
than-
factor. That's not the common denominator.
It is a common denominator.
That's what you
Stephen
say.
Curry. No, that's the facts. That's what the data says. Stephen Curry.
You're taking something and going, that's the common denominator. And why are you?
It is.
And by the way, you don't know.
Stephen Curry-
Do I need to explain why voting for people is not reliable? Do you need examples of why you shouldn't go by votes? Do you go by every award? Do you agree with
Yeah,
everyone?
but if it was beneficial to give them the award, why didn't they do it?
No, I'm asking. No, hold on. What was your question actually? What was the question?
Because you said NBA is a business. Wouldn't it be beneficial to give it to the best player?
Yeah,
There's the best player in 2015.
I
They
brought
didn't
that
give
up.
it to
I
him.
brought that up because you brought up money in business earlier, which you were not wrong.
Yeah.
And I did it too. And I wanted you to understand the logic. As a general rule, they're going to want to make money and do things for business. Does that mean that's always a deciding factor? No. But that's generally what happens. Aren't you a guy who goes by patterns and you go by the trends? So why aren't you applying that here? The pattern and trend is money.
I did apply it.
Business. You're not, because mostly
But
they're
how
doing it
is
for the
that
money.
good for business?
Yeah, but, okay, no, but again, that's not patterns and trends. Pattern and trend does not mean every time 100%. It means patterns and trends. There's more evidence that these awards are for money. Now, are there always going to be money situations? No. Just like not all players are doing it for the money. Some players will take pay cuts. But as a general rule, they're trying to make money. You're not getting your own logic of pattern and trends. And when
you're not understanding my patterns or trends.
No, I am. Your patterns and trends are whatever helps you whenever it does, and then ignoring whatever goes against you. But let's go to the award, NBA Finals MVP award. I want to understand this. Who else is supposed to win that award? Why would you go by that award? How can another player win that award if he's not on that Chicago Bulls team that won a ring? Like, there's no competition for that.
Yeah, because the best player is the one they rely on the most to help them win.
So what if they would have lost? Is Michael Jordan no longer the best player?
If they lose, he's the best player on the losing team.
Okay, but then what if he was the best player on the winning compared to the guy who won? Compared to the guy who's on the winning team, what if he was better than him?
Usually, they're going to give it to the winning team.
I'm asking
unless
you,
you're Jerry West.
So then the award is not reliable.
The award is reliable when it comes to winning.
No. Then I'm asking you then, if it's going to go automatically, usually, to the guy on the winning team, why are you taking that award like it's a big deal? Who else was supposed to win it?
What do you mean, who else?
Look, when you win an award in the regular season, even though I don't care about the regular season award, there's competition. So when you say this guy was better than everyone, you say, okay, he was better than everyone in the entire league. When you go, he was the best player on the team that won the finals, what was his competition? Dennis Rodman and Scottie Pippen?
Yeah.
So then why would you use that award to make him better than every other player who ever played? There's no competition for that award.
We're not using the award to make him better than every other player. I never said Jordan is the greatest because he has 6 Finals MVPs. I've never said that.
So you're not using Finals MVPs as part of your criteria?
Not necessarily. It's a fun
Not
little
necessarily?
thing.
Are you or not?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Are you or not?
It's a fun thing to point at and say, oh, he has the most, but it's not the determining factor.
Okay, so you basically want to play the game of I'm going to do it because it helps me, and then when I get pointed out that it's wrong, I'm going to say it's just fun. Okay, all right.
I mean, nobody is going to look at Finals MVPs, as the determining factor.
Actually, no, not the determining factor, but they use it as a factor, and I think you're one of those people, but I'm not sure because you said it's fun. So I don't know if I don't know if you're actually going by it or not. I mean, you brought it up, you're going over it, you're using it as an argument, you're using it as like it's reliable and all that.
Yeah, but it's like, if it, it's like the award exists, so you have to consider it.
Why?
No,
why?
Just like,
why?
Because it's an award that was given out. You have to consider it.
No, consider it for what? To show why he's better than everyone?
No, just to consider it.
To do what? To do what? We're not. You're not on here to just bring up an award and consider it. You're trying to make a point. So when you go by the NBA's Finals MVP award, you made it seem like you're using that as one of the reasons he's the number one NBA player of all time. But then you make it seem like you're not using the NBA Finals MVP award as one of the reasons that he is the number one NBA player of all time.
Yeah, so there's nuance to it, right? We can say what the award signifies, and what it's supposed to represent, right? But we still need the data to back it up, and the data also backs it up. If the
debate was he the best player on his team, then you can make the point, let's go over the data. And even then you wouldn't be able to prove it. But at least that's more logical. When you use that award as part of your reason of why you think he's better than everyone who ever played, that's silly. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but I didn't. I just told you that, we know what it's supposed to signify, right? But that doesn't mean that that's what it signifies.
Okay, so so why do you like that award? Why are you going over this award? Why are you trying to push this award?
I'm just saying they give out an individual award to a certain player when the team wins. Yeah, that only goes to that individual.
Okay, and what's the point of telling me this?
Because you're saying, how come every player gets a ring? And I'm like, yeah, every player gets a ring, but not every player gets a Finals MVP.
Right. And why would they? Because you have to first be in the finals, then you have to be on a team that won, then you have to be in the starting lineup probably, then you have to be the best player. Like this is a pretty much
So with
pointless
all
award.
with all of those factors included, only a certain individual can get it, like the likelihood of an individual
this is
getting
kind of
it.
like those countries where the government is like not good and they don't really have a lot of competition, and then they win and they go, look everyone, people voted for us.
Yeah, no, it's basically, right, you have to have, there's like a pecking order. It's a hierarchy, right? You have to get to the top level to even have a chance of getting it.
And
right?
I should have added, and then those countries then go, hey, this is an example of why our government is the number one government of all time.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we can say, oh yeah, it's the number one government of all time, but ultimately we have to look at all of the factors, all of the data that supports that.
And you're not doing that, because if you actually went by everything, so you would know that one, there's no proof that Michael Jordan is the number one NBA player of all time, and two, there's lots of proof that there's lots of other players who are better than Michael Jordan.
Okay, so there's no proof.
Right.
We can make that claim.
Yep.
But does the data support it?
Nope, it doesn't. Yeah, it actually does. Yes, there is no proof. If there was proof, I'd be on your side. I'd be elevating Michael Jordan as the number one NBA player of all time.
So, undefeated in the finals.
No, he's not undefeated in the finals. He never won and lost by himself. Stop doing that.
I'm saying if he's the guy, he's the best player on that team, and he's undefeated in the finals.
Where was he? Where was he?
Huh?
Where was he? Where was he?
On the team.
On that team. Do you understand that? On that team.
Yeah.
On that team.
Mm-hmm.
So that other stars cannot be in the NBA Finals if they're not on that team.
It's not true.
No, they could be
you
on.
face
They could,
another opponent in the finals every year.
No, they could be.
There's two teams in the finals every year.
I thought you might do this, but I was hoping you wouldn't. But you're doing it. I was hoping you get it. So other players could be on a team that goes to the NBA Finals and wins the NBA Finals. But when they're not, you can't compare Michael Jordan and his team to another star in his team. It's not an equal comparison. It's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing, but they're all working for the same result.
Right, but they don't have the same foundation. You're just taking a goal and then saying, okay, let's look at the different foundations, and they go, well, whoever did it with their foundation has the best foundation. I mean, I don't even know, is the best player? I mean, if you want to have debate, you might have a debate about what is the best team of all time. Number one team of all time. But even that, you're not going to prove anything, or you're not going to prove a lot of things. But in this case, you're taking a team thing, isolating the individual, elevating the individual, and then ranking him over all the other individuals. That makes no sense. It's ridiculous. And you're not even consistent with your own take.
It does make sense.
No, it does not.
Because you do that with a bunch of different players. All right? It's not just Michael Jordan.
Yeah, but they're not in the same situation. Maybe when they were in their prime, their team wasn't good. Maybe their team was good, but their coach wasn't good. Maybe they weren't, I don't know, maybe they didn't make enough money or something else. You can't compare them all like they're the same. That does not make sense.
If they're all focusing on the same goal.
That's the only thing you can compare, maybe. Okay, what's their goal? Fine. But don't start ranking them above everyone based on what they did on what their team did. That's silly. Who's a better player? You might as well start going, who's a better player? Michael Jordan in his the second time you won a ring or the fourth time you won a ring? Or who's a better player? Michael Jordan in 1990s or Michael Jordan in 1980s? It doesn't make any sense.
People make those comparisons.
And they're questionable too.
People make those comparisons. This is all real stuff.
And they're questionable too. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you compare as if this Michael Jordan is better than my Michael Jordan? And even if you did it, how would you be able to figure it out? And if we did it, I know what you would do. You would go, well, the reason he didn't win is because he carried too much of a load, and he didn't have a learning curve, and he didn't have enough good enough team, and all that. You find all these factors, and then when he wins, oh, Michael Jordan, he knew what's up, man. He was the main guy, man. He did all these things and all that. And then for another star, you don't do this. For another star, you don't understand why they lost, and for another star, you don't understand why they won.
That's not true.
It is, because if you did these things, you would never use rings to rank players. That's silly. How come they don't do this in most sports? Most sports don't use rings to rank players.
Who do they say is the GOAT in football?
First of all, who's they? Secondly, are they experts?
The majority of people.
The majority have picked Michael Jordan as the number one NBA player of all time. We're going to go by the majority here? No. In football...
Yeah, but you're saying rings, but in football, the one who has the most rings, they say he's the GOAT.
And I told you, this became a thing because of Michael Jordan fans. They started saying, well, if Michael Jordan is the GOAT because he's got 6 rings, he's 6 for 6, he's 6-0, he never had a game 7, well, then are we going to go by rings in football? And they started doing this in football recently, like I would say last 10, maybe 20 years. Before that, most people in football didn't rank players based on rings. In fact, there was a lot of people out there who thought a lot of ringless players were the greatest players of all time.
It's not just based on rings, though.
I know that. I know that. This is another thing that you guys do. I made a video on this. A lot of times when a Michael Jordan fan brings up rings, and then you question them, like, why are you going by rings? They'll go, well, it's not just rings. There's other things, too. Yeah, but that's part of the thing.
Yeah, but rings is just a summary, right? All it is a summary. That's like a real, just a simplification, So when people start trying to question, well, how do Michael, how do you say he's the greatest? The dude is 6-0. The dude has 6 finals MVPs.
There's a lot of people who will act like rings is all they need. But yeah, there are some people who go by multiple things.
Yeah, but basically, it's like if that's just a summary, right?
No, it's
but
not.
If you look into his whole career,
no, this is you saying
you
that.
understand that. No, these are the facts. That's a summary.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of people out there who think all you need is six rings. 6 for 6, 6-0. You never had a game 7.
Those people don't understand the whole impact. Of why that even matters.
No, but you're one of the people who don't understand things. This is like a basic thing in team sports. No matter how good or bad you are, you're not going to win and lose by yourself. You're going to say you get that and understand that, and then you're going to jump ship and go to rings.
Okay. It's, if you look at his impact and his responsibility for helping his team win, he had more to do than his teammates.
No,
and we can both agree on that.
No, I don't agree with that. No. And a lot of people don't agree with that.
So he didn't do more.
No,
he didn't do more.
A lot of people don't agree. You're going by certain statistics and saying, look, he did more. You're not going by everything a player does in a game. There's a lot of things that can't even be measured statistically. A lot of things.
Yeah.
Now, I will
Michael Jordan was doing those things too.
And other players were doing certain things better. Was Michael Jordan number 1 at everything on his team?
Statistically, no.
Okay, and if Michael Jordan didn't have certain players on his team, would he be able to do things as freely as he did?
He was showing that he was already doing things as freely as he did without those players on his
according
team.
to you, he didn't have a learning curve.
He was, when it comes to what he was able to do individually, he was great.
Okay, so then he wasn't that different in the 1990s. In fact, in the 1980s, he was better.
No,
he was younger. He was more athletic. He had better statistics and all that. You just ignore all that and go, well, he did too much. He didn't have a learning curve.
Yeah, because if he's got all these numbers, he's got all this athleticism, he's doing all these things.
You can't ignore all that. You're overly simplifying.
I'm not ignoring it.
No, you are.
I'm not ignoring
you
it.
are, because when you go, well, he didn't win a ring and he didn't have a learning curve. You're ignoring all that. You're not understanding that he was ready. He was that. He had the statistics. He was labeled, because you like awards. I don't know why you're not going by the awards. He was labeled as the best player in the league with the MVP award. He was very popular and all that. And you just ignore that and go, well, he wasn't ready. He didn't help. He did too much. He didn't have a learning curve. And then you go, I'm not ignoring everything. You are clearly ignoring everything. Because
look,
he was a better
like
player.
I said, when you asked me earlier, you know, if he retired in 1991, you know, and just had one ring, would he be the greatest? You know, and I told you no.
And you were being consistent.
Right?
You were being consistent. But just for the record, you still can't ignore how good he was, and you can't ignore that he was better than he was in the 1990s. And by the way, there were people. You can't ignore the fact that many people thought he was the best player in the league, and you can't ignore the fact, by the way, I didn't bring this up, that there were some people before he even won a ring, before he even got, before he had any championship ring, there were some people who thought he was the number one NBA player of all time.
Yeah, I mean, but when you think about that, when you think about people saying that, you know, and nobody was really saying that for other players before, you know, before he showed up.
What do you mean?
All right. Nobody was like, this guy is the number one player. This is the greatest player I have ever seen play.
About Michael Jordan,
right?
or other stars?
No, for other stars
They
Michael Jordan.
They were saying that. What are you talking about?
Once they saw him, they said, this is the greatest player I've ever seen play.
Wait, hold on. We got two problems now. One, there were people saying that other stars are the number one NBA player of all time. And two, they didn't just change and go, now it's Michael Jordan.
A lot of people did.
No.
A lot of people.
I'm the one who told you. A lot of people thought he was the number one NBA player of all time, but most didn't. And he didn't even win MVP every year. How are you the best player of all time and you're not winning MVP every year?
Yeah, some people thought early on he was the greatest, all right? But other people were like, he hasn't won anything, you know?
No.
He hasn't won.
No. Some people...
Yeah, that's what was happening. People were saying, he hasn't won.
No, some people were saying he's a ball hog who scores too much, and a guy like him can't win a ring. But they were wrong too, because they didn't realize there were other players, and they were saying, oh, he's too small, it's usually centers. And I've heard these arguments. Actually, honestly, I don't even think that many people said that. I think these are usually Michael Jordan fans in the media who gin up these stories, because most people knew Isaiah Thomas was good, Jerry West was good, Dr. J was good, and other people who are smaller and high scorers were good who can win rings. But Michael Jordan fans love to tell you this to elevate Michael Jordan. Like, no one else did it. They all doubted him. He was like different, and then he proved them all wrong.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at Isaiah Thomas and Dr. J and Jerry West and all these things, right? You want to look at all these players, you know, and Isaiah Thomas, he won twice, you know, Jerry West once, Dr. J once, you know, in the NBA, right?
And we're not even going by ABA. I'm not an expert on the ABA. There must be other people who won.
Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, what about
NBA,
other basketball leagues? There must be other basketball leagues where high-scoring, smaller guys won rings.
Probably.
So it can happen.
But if we're talking about NBA, we're talking from an NBA standpoint, right?
It's not going to be that different. It's the same human beings.
So if we're looking at, you know, from an NBA standpoint, you know, these guys, they were winners. They were champions, right? And, you know, like pretty much, I feel like, you know, if we're going to look at the general consensus, all right, after Bill Russell won 11, okay, a lot of things changed in the league, all right? Once the merger happened, once the merger in 1976 happened, the NBA-ABA merger, all right, more teams were added to the league. There was expansion.
No, what does that mean? What is that? Is that good or bad?
That's making it more difficult to win.
So hold on. You told me earlier that you were not one of those people who said more teams is better. So you are saying that. I was right.
No, I'm saying it makes it harder to win.
No, that's not true. That's what you Michael Jordan fans say. Having more teams makes it easier for you to win, not harder.
Why does it make it easier?
Well, I'll put it like this. Do you think...
You have more competition.
I'm going to show you something. What NBA is better, when Michael Jordan played or today's NBA? So you know what's coming next. That's why you're thinking about it.
What, when Michael Jordan played?
Okay, so today there's more teams than when Michael Jordan played.
Yeah.
So today's league is better. But you said Michael Jordan was better. His era was better.
Michael Jordan's league, it was what? He had...
It depends on the year, but he didn't always have more teams. It depends on the year.
Yeah.
But he didn't always have more teams every year. So by your logic, once again, I'm hoping you can be consistent. By your logic, today's NBA is better than Michael Jordan's NBA.
I'm saying today's NBA, it's harder to win consistently.
Okay, so then, if it's harder to win consistently, that means what the players go through today is harder. That means they're better. They're better than Michael Jordan, and they're better than his era.
That does not mean that.
I'm not saying I believe that. I'm not saying I don't believe that. I'm saying if you go by your logic. You can't have it both ways. When it helps Michael Jordan, you will talk about how the NBA had more teams and it was harder to win because back then there was less teams and it was easier to win. Now I bring up today's NBA and Michael Jordan's NBA and you move the goalpost. You change on it.
I didn't move the goalpost.
Not being consistent.
I said it's harder to win.
Okay, so then if it's harder,
so if it's harder, more teams makes it harder to win, right?
Okay, so then do the same thing. Just like you ranked Michael Jordan higher than the past players and his era over the past eras, now rank today's players over Michael Jordan and today's era over Michael Jordan's era.
So if we look, we have to look at all the factors.
Of course. See?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a change.
See, your thing is whatever helps Michael Jordan and tear down everyone else. You don't get that you're doing that. You know, it's so obvious you're doing that. Whenever something happens for Michael Jordan that's good, it counts. Whenever it's bad, there's an excuse. Now, for another star, when something's good, there's an excuse, and when it's bad, it counts.
No, because all right, if you want to say like the competition was tougher back then. All right, it was. All right, and we have all kinds of data.
When?
Back in when Michael Jordan was playing.
No, there's no data that proves this. This is what you guys believe.
Yeah, we have data that proves that the competition.
I'd like to know this magical data. How does the competition prove this?
All right, so let's just think about players of today, right?
All right.
These guys, a lot of them, they can't even play a full season.
Hey, please subscribe. And if you disagree with me on something, you can go on my program and show me your facts on whatever you disagree on. If you want to go on, let's set it up. Send me an email. The email is right there in the description section. Thank you.